Acting clerk to the front, please. All right, this is Children and Family Law Committee of the House of Representatives, and we are now going to be hearing Senate Bill 206 prohibiting corporal punishment in child daycare agencies. And the chair recognizes Senator Carson to present her bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
She lasted 1 minute in your spot.
Sorry. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and
Yes,
good
ma'am.
morning, honorable members of the House Children and Family Law Committee. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I have for your consideration Senate Bill 206, which seeks to expand the definition of endangerment to include corporal punishment as defined by the Department of Health and Human Services. Mr. Chairman, as you know, this bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It also passed unanimously out of our committee. And really, this issue was brought to the attention of the Oversight Commission of Children's Services, in which I chair, and I see a few members of that commission presently here on your committee as well. And we heard testimony that multiple families who send their children to the same daycare facility all discovered that a daycare worker had been submitting their children to corporal punishment. When the families called the police and the Department of Health and Human Services, they were told, unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done because of a loophole in current laws and regulations. So this bill does two things, Mr. Chairman. It makes it clear it is a crime for a daycare worker to commit corporal punishment, and it makes clear that corporal punishment fits the definition of abuse in our child care regulations. The goal, Mr. Chairman, is that this situation never happens again to another family. I cannot imagine being a parent, a mom or a dad, and dropping my child off at a daycare center, thinking that they're going to be safe and they're going to be protected, and find out that for whatever reason, and quite frankly, there is no reason for a child to be hit or have any kind of corporal punishment in a facility that you picked because you wanted your child to be safe. Without making these changes, that daycare worker who inflicted emotional and physical harm on some of our state's youngest children can work at another facility with no licensing ramifications. Mr. Chairman, today here there are two parents of one of these children. They're here to testify today, as well as an attorney who can answer any legal questions that you might have. So at this point, Mr. Chairman, I will end my testimony, and I will try to answer questions, but please be advised the experts are behind me.
I think you have a very sympathetic audience from the conversations held before we started. One thing I want to say is that at the end of the bill, there is a statement, it's 2B, that necessary force shall be limited to minimal physical contact necessary. I see so many bills come before us that are overreactions. This was done wrong. So the counterpose is you can't do anything, and that causes other problems. So it does not totally eliminate physical contact.
Correct. There was concern, Mr. Chair, because oftentimes, you have to, in order to protect a child, say that old story where they're reaching for a stove and you grab the child and you pull the child away because you don't want them to get hurt. That's very different than corporal punishment, and I think this legislation really tries to make that distinction. Or you might have a child that's running and you're afraid they're going to fall and you grab them. so you prevent them from falling. So again, I think this legislation allows that flexibility because I think we all know that there is a difference between those two types of situations where you're trying to protect a child from hurting themselves versus someone who whacks a child on the top of the head or whacks them on their bottom or grabs and twists their arms. I think two very, very different situations.
Any further questions for the senator? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to seeing you all again at 11. This is my Children and Family Law Day.
I know. Chair recognizes Molly Morissette. And you asked for 3 minutes, and I'll give you 3 minutes because, as I say, I think you have a very sympathetic audience here. You do.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson, for allowing me to share my experience. And I got a little emotional listening to Senator Carson, so please forgive me. And thank you, Senator Carson, for bringing this important legislation forward. My name is Molly Morissette. I'm an elementary teacher in Chichester, New Hampshire, and I come to you to share an experience as a parent of young children in childcare in this state. In January of 2022, my family experienced something I wish to prevent from happening to any other children and families in the state of New Hampshire. My son Walter was 3 at the time and entering a multi-age child care classroom at a local daycare facility. Early on in the fall, we noticed that he started demonstrating some challenging behaviors. He was having a lot of trouble with impulse control and listening, but most noticeably was when we would ask him to do something as simple as put his shoes on in the morning. He'd get this panicked look in his eyes as you walked towards him and would run away from us. So that sent us to seek out some occupational therapy help to see how we could get him kind of through these challenges. When I received a phone call about him being grabbed aggressively by a staff member at his childcare facility, it all made sense. We were told by the administration that an investigation through the child care licensing unit would be conducted and that all of our questions would be answered in the findings report. That report led me to be standing here today. The findings stated that the staff member had used corporal punishment, which is against child care licensing regulations. The report also said that the staff member admitted to using corporal punishment at least once a week since June of 2021 without being spoken to by her administrator about her behavior. I was devastated to learn that this was going on and harming not only my son, but other children in the child care facility as well. Other child care employees were also stated in the findings report saying that they had shared instances with the director of witnessing this type of abuse in the past, and nothing was done about it. To me, these statements should have been incriminating. I then asked what happens next to these individuals, and the short answer I got was nothing. How could there be no recourse or punishment for an individual who assaulted my child and an administrator who allowed this to happen? Surely there has to be something that follows an individual in this profession and prohibits them from working with children again. As an educator, I know the repercussions of such behavior in a public school setting. Why is it not the same for those who work in childcare? After many conversations with the Child Care Licensing Unit, the Ombudsman's Office, Concord PD, the Office of the Child Advocate, and attorneys, I learned that there's a gap in the law that allows for people in childcare who commit corporal punishment against children to get off without any long-term consequences for their behavior. This seems to fail the common sense test, and for this reason, I'm asking that corporal punishment be illegal in childcare facilities and that those who use corporal punishment are prohibited from working with children ever again. When corporal punishment is used in childcare facilities, it needs to be part of mandatory reporting and subject to criminal charges. To be honest, I thought this was already the state of the law and was in disbelief to find out that this pattern of behavior could continue and that a person who preys on the vulnerable could just go and get another job in another childcare facility, thus putting more children at risk. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience with you. It is my job as a mom to speak for my child when they cannot, and it's part of my professional calling to be an advocate for children. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Morissette? Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. What exactly was the type of corporal punishment that you, your case, because you brought this forward?
So my son was playing with other children in the non-nap room. So the kids who didn't fall asleep at nap, playing in the non-nap room with another child, and they were pretending to wash toys with a face cloth. And the child put the face cloth down. My child picked it up. The teacher then grabbed my son by the front of the shirt, dragged him across and screamed in his face, grabbed the face cloth and said, "Why would you ever take that from another child? I see that you're crying, but this is all your fault." And this is the one that was witnessed, but you don't know if there were others that were not witnessed.
So-
And then my son was again crying, and that's what led to this.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony. Chair recognizes Heather Menezes. Do I have the accent on the right syllable?
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Carson, for bringing this legislation forward. My name is Heather. Oh, apologize. There we go. Did you want me to start over? Could you hear me? Okay. My name is Heather Menezes. I'm an attorney. I work at Shaheen and Gordon. I met Molly and some other families because they were looking for answers. And frankly, the answer was this is a legislative fix. So basically what was happening was this daycare worker was engaged in corporal punishment of very young children, ages 3 and 4. You heard some of the conduct that was involved. Also involved was physical restraint, bear hugging, yelling, some pretty bad things at these children, and grabbing and pulling forcefully. Co-workers at the daycare knew this was happening and were reporting it to the administration at the daycare. The daycare and also childcare licensing was of the mind that this is not reportable physical abuse. I don't know how that's possible, but that is how this is conduct now is being interpreted. It took a co-worker self-reporting to childcare licensing for childcare licensing to get involved. And no doubt, while I don't know the exact circumstances, this was just simply they were fed up and something needed to happen. What then ensued was an investigation. The perpetrator was found to have committed corporal punishment on several children several times a week for over a year. The person was terminated, obviously. However, the daycare did not have any finding that they failed to report because childcare licensing says this is not reportable abuse. That's the amendment to the 170E4. It makes it very clear this is reportable abuse. Frankly, everyone I've spoken to about this is shocked this is not the law already. The other piece to this too is that poor families like the Morissettes don't have to be in the dark about what's going on. They were taking their child to occupational therapy. They didn't know what was happening because nothing was being reported. This was allowed to fester, and this fixes that. The other piece, and there's another attorney who practices criminal law, so I'll just generally go over it, is that the person involved was not prosecuted because there's another loophole in the criminal law that permits this sort of conduct, and the amendment to where is it? 627.6.1 is designed to fix that. Now, the piece to that that's important too is if the person is prosecuted, then they will end up on the central registry. If they try to go work for another daycare, their name will come up and that it won't happen. Right now, this person, and I don't want to name names, but the person involved, I believe works at another facility with vulnerable populations. And there's no way for that employer to have known what this person did. So it's just not right. This legislation just simply puts the law where it should be anyway. closes these loopholes and removes the safe harbor for folks committing corporal punishment on young children. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming before us. What is the actual definition of corporal punishment by the department?
So currently it is defined as the intentional infliction of physical pain by any means for the purpose of punishment, correction, discipline, or any other reason. And I'll add too, we did propose in the statute to just include the definition of corporal punishment as it is in the childcare licensing regulations, because that'll be easier for childcare facilities to implement it. There's no new rule they have to know or apply, because they should already be, aware of what the definitions and regulations are in childcare licensing rules.
Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. The physical pain, does that include humiliation or scaring a child under physical pain?
That'd be emotional.
It does say the intentional infliction of physical pain by any means for the purpose of punishment. So I'm not sure if that would fit that definition.
Right.
So perhaps that definition needs to be tweaked as well.
And follow-up if I may? The follow-up is on who, if this were to pass and there was a violation, where would that name go? That would it go to the daycare licensing, so that a person going for another job would be flagged? How would somebody know that this person had violated?
Correct. Yes. So the way that the two pieces to this amendment goes, that there is a criminal component. So
Yep.
in this case involving the Morissettes, the person who was committing this, the police couldn't prosecute because they felt that this person had a defense, so it wasn't prosecuted. So if the second piece, the under 627(6) is passed, then what that would do is the person would then go through the criminal justice system, and if they are convicted of having committed this act against a child, then that person ends up on the central registry, which would then come up then if someone tries to go and apply for another job at
So
a
a simple
daycare.
background check
Correct.
would show up. Okay, great. Thank you.
And in addition, if this comes under 170E12(1), then the injunctive relief section 22 kicks in. So an individual may institute in any court of competent jurisdiction injunction relief. So it's even broader then.
I'm not familiar with that statutory section. I don't have it in front of me, but
It is referenced at the end of Roman 2 in the bill before us, and I'm just pointing out that the teeth that are put into 170E12 carry through. Would you believe?
I would have to take a look at the statute. I don't have the statutory language. There's another attorney.
All right, I have it right here, and anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else with a question? Thank you so much, then. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Cassandra Sanchez of the Office of Child Advocate.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the Children and Family Law Committee. For the record, Cassandra Sanchez, Child Advocate for the state of New Hampshire. I am here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 206. My office is in support, as you heard prior in some of the testimony, that some of these families have come to my office's attention. They have come to us seeking assistance on these issues. My office has looked into the laws that exist currently, and we found a major gap in the system. And we are speaking about some of our most vulnerable children in the state who don't have the ability to come home and report to their parents what is going on in these child care centers. It's extremely worrying to myself and to my office. We did immediately engage with the Oversight Commission on Children's Services to ensure that they were aware of this gap in the system. And as you see, Senator Carson brought this bill forward today. So I am in support. I'm very worried about what currently is happening in childcare facilities. You heard from one family. My office has heard from more than one. This is not this one family is an anomaly. This is happening more than we would expect and would hope in our state. And as they had mentioned in some of the cases that we have looked into, some of these providers have then left the facility which they were working for. Some have been fired by higher ups in the childcare agency, but then have transitioned to another facility. And so the families are able to track that, confirm that. And when we look into it, we have confirmed that as well, is that they continue to work in this realm, although they're not working with the same specific children. So that just stretches the reach of their harm for children. It's not just the handful of children they first had access to. They're now broadening their reach across the state. This is very problematic to my office. And so, and unfortunately, in these cases, just given the way the law currently exists, there was minimal support we were able to provide to these families. We were able to educate them on the law that currently exists. We were able to send them to childcare licensing, and the reports back that my office would receive is that childcare licensing could not move forward with much more than looking into the allegations and reporting back to the heads of the childcare agency for what they would have found. It did not move forward with the legal process. It did not move forward with a DCYF investigations. Currently, special investigations for DCYF specifically has the investigation authority over residential facilities, not education facilities and not child care facilities. So as I had mentioned, I am here in support. I think it's critical that we take this stand and fill this gap in our law to protect the youngest children in our state, and to ensure that these providers then cannot move to another facility and continue to abuse children. I do want to address the question by Representative Long in taking a look at the emotional and psychological abuse. And in my understanding of corporal punishment, that does not fall into corporal punishment. So that is an area in which I just feel we still have a gap, and may be worthwhile taking a look at this bill if there's a way to incorporate that piece, because as we understand, the psychological impact can have lasting effects on a child's mental health and well-being. And thank you. I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? Representative Simone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Isn't it true that in a childcare setting, it is the responsibility of the adult to create a calm, controlled atmosphere?
Yes, it is.
Follow up,
Follow up.
please? Thank you. If an adult gets to a point where they are striking out, verbally or physically, isn't that a person who is out of control?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Panic.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. What is the average amount of complaints per year that you know of, on the average?
For this specific issue,
Yes.
I only track the amount of complaints that come into my office for different issues. I don't track what childcare licensing gets, so this would be the families that just find my office. Over the past year, we had 5 complaints for this issue out of 319.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Sanchez, relative to the bill that's in front of us right now, and your commentary, which is appreciated, which takes place after the fact versus before the fact, and that is what's to be promulgated into law. Right now, it's referring in the bill, and you've read the full bill?
Yes, I have the bill before me.
All right, in line 17, where it says a physical force by persons with, my words, quote, special responsibilities, unquote. What does that mean?
My understanding and my belief is that the special responsibilities is that they are tasked with the care of very young and vulnerable children.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
I have a second question, but so it's not dealing with those with special needs?
No, it would not be specific to just children with special needs. It would include all children that would attend childcare settings.
Okay. Now, next question then for you is, within the bill itself, where it says the the extent that such contact does not violate child care licensing rules that are already in, and I don't have that in front of me here, as I was searching for it, under 541 and 170, is the with the definition of corporal punishment being what it is right now, do we need, and that's for the safety of parents making the right decision of where they send their children, but also those providing the services, should there not be within the law a specific description of what is allowed or not allowed in terms of physical contact? When it's stating in here, it's for the so-called safety of the individual.
I would not recommend special language specific to what contact can and cannot be allowed. I do believe adding the definition of corporal punishment would cover that concern.
Okay, then final follow-up is, last year on House Bill 427, we had our very astute research resource provide for us, where that passed it was a definition of what that is. And is that definition not applicable, or by applicable, is it appropriate now, or does that need to be further enhanced with further specific language?
I believe that that covers the aspect of corporal punishment in regards to the physical aspect, the physical touch, but I believe the missing link at this point would be including that psychological and emotional impact to the child. That is what the definition would be missing.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Sanchez.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at 161-14-2C. And it says corporal punishment means any punishment in which physical force is issued and intended to cause some degree of pain or discomfort. So would discomfort be fear, humiliation?
I don't believe so. No.
All right, so discomfort is pain.
Physical
Physical.
pain. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking another question from me. Do you feel that this particular bill, which hopefully will become law, would be better if we included emotional and psychological pain?
I believe it would be stronger to support the children, because when we're speaking about, as we heard the mother speak prior, when she's talking about the yelling and the screaming at the children, that has as great of an impact as physical harm to a child, especially when it's a caregiver who, so this person is acting in the caregiver role as a parent would in the parent's absence during the day. And parents have a bonded relationship with their child. They have that healthy attachment. And so if there is yelling in the household, there's an opportunity for repair as a parent comes back around, hugs their child, laughs with them later in the day, and it has less of an emotional impact. We're talking about a caregiver in this setting who is acting in this way, and if they do not take the steps necessary for the repair, the damage of that emotional trauma is as damaging as physical abuse.
Thank you. So it's
Follow up?
true. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Follow up, please.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's true that sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can break your heart?
That is true.
Thank you.
Let me ask a question. In order for us to work on this bill, to add emotional distress to the child, I can see this probably have to be retained and worked on and not come back next year. That's just my guess. If we were to amend this, then it would have to go back to the Senate. It'd have to bounce around. I'm seeing in line 9 of the bill, endangerment shall also include corporal punishment as defined by the department. In your professional opinion, do you think the department could stretch that definition while we then work on a new bill for next year that further qualifies? It would guarantee then, my opinion, this bill gets signed into law soon. Whereas our working on this and then bouncing it back and forth may delay it. Would that be something you think the department might be able to do?
I believe, I don't know, I can't speak for sure if they would be willing to do it, but I do believe they could have an easier time to stretch that than working on this. I will say that if that one aspect could keep this bill from passing this session, then that is something that I could take a step back on, and it's about the ensuring the protections of the children now. So if that had to be added on later, or if it has to be looking at it from the department scope, I would be comfortable with that as long as a bill can move forward to protect children right now.
And I would suggest to those who are listening, should that be the course we go, start working on that bill for next year.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions of the advocates? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I'm gonna take a stab at this. The chair recognizes Anthony Scalabrini. Yes? Yes. Been listening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Anthony Scalabrini. I'm a lawyer in Nashua. My name is Anthony Scalabrini. I'm a lawyer in Nashua. I've been practicing for almost 20 years. I do mostly criminal work. When Molly called my office and asked me, what's going on, it sent me on a research frenzy, and only then did I figure out that there was a gap in the criminal code, specifically RSA 627.6, paragraph 2, subparagraph B. This is the part of the criminal code that talks about the defense for people with special responsibilities. To answer a previous question, special responsibilities is generally defined as people that have some sort of supervisory role over people that are in need of help or children. So it could be somebody that works at a daycare like here. It could be a teacher. It could be somebody that works at a group home. Those are the kinds of people the statute envisions. And it's really important to note, and this was brought up by somebody, about the definition of corporal punishment. The definition of corporal punishment that this bill seeks to incorporate is the one that's found in the child care licensing regulations, which is 4002.01 in paragraph 0, or paragraph O, letter O. And that one talks about infliction of pain. The question about whether emotional harm would come into that definition, it seems pretty clear looking at how the criminal code and how the civil code have defined infliction of pain, physical pain, that it wouldn't. And if you look at something like the case law surrounding intentional or negligent infliction of emotional distress, the court and the common law make a pretty good bright line distinction between physical pain and emotional pain. And so that's something that this bill, if it was made into law, could look at in terms of defining the scope of what counts as corporal punishment. The one thing that I want to bring to the committee's attention is this, that oftentimes there is a perfect solution, but that solution is in the offing. It'd be better to put in the solution that's before the committee today to institute some sort of protection and then come back later and fix it or add to it. And it's especially important here because emotional abuse, as you can see in the case law around infliction of emotional distress, is very difficult to define. The common law around infliction of distress type torts has been modified and changed and expanded pretty regularly over the past century. And in fact, New Hampshire, relatively recently compared to other states, changed the sort of blast zone or radius of harm for somebody in an infliction of emotional damage case. So that case law is not something that could be incorporated into a statute with an easy fix, whereas referencing a pre-existing definition is really easy. And in the Senate, somebody brought up the point about, does this change what the child care providers have to do? Because it's already part of the regulations they're abiding by, it doesn't change anything they have to do. It makes clear that corporal punishment is a crime. Again, going back to the defense with people with special responsibilities. There was a question about injunctive relief on RSA 170E46. I do believe that this is the exact kind of thing that could be used to get into court in an emergency basis to stop some kind of harm. The last another question that was asked was, where would they be listed? So specifically, if you are convicted of a crime, you're entered into the NCIC database. And this would be something that anybody who does a general background check could find. If you go to the Department of Safety today and you pay $25, you can get your record. most people have to sign something allowing them to get your record when you apply for a job so they can do a background check. It would be very easy. It's done every day. It's not complicated. In terms of a specific list, somebody brought up a specific list. I tend to agree with the Office of the Child Advocate that making a specific list would give us places where we introduce new gaps or new loopholes. So instead of doing that, leave it as a broad definition, one that's already in the regulatory code, one that's already been tested and worked on by people in the field, by people that do this kind of work and understand what it is to inflict physical pain on somebody as opposed to emotional pain. So as it is right now, I think that a list would only introduce the possibility for more problems. I'm strongly in support of this bill. Hearing Molly talk every time makes me really proud that we live in a country where people like Molly can come forward and make an impact and change the law. And I strongly urge you to support this bill and pass it.
Councillor, would you take questions?
Yes, sir.
Under 627.6, the 627 is, of course, the chapter on justification. There is nothing in that chapter that specifically says what we mean by special responsibilities is. However, the chapter starts by saying a parent, guardian, or other person responsible for the general care and welfare of a minor, ... To me, that is a definition. Would you agree?
Yes. In fact, that's how the rules, the canons of construction work in interpreting legislative and statutory edicts.
And no, despite a groundswell, I am not going to law school. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Now, next one. All right, just a word to the committee. Do you think this is ready to vote on? All right, then in that case, the chair moves Senate Bill 206, prohibiting corporal punishment in child daycare centers, moved by the chair, OTP. Do I have a second?
Everyone.
I recognize our 1-minute clerk, Representative Gregg. Thank you. You almost did it. And any further discussion on this? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I just want to extend my appreciation and thanks to the group that brought this forward. This is really important and I think affects every family in New Hampshire. Most of us use childcare at some point, and the idea of my kids when they were small experiencing that, I had such a visceral, horrified reaction to the testimony today. So thank you so much for bringing this to our attention so we can fix it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Perez.
Yeah, I would like to say thank you for bringing this Senate bill forward. As someone who have a grandson, he's 10 months old. I can't even imagine something happened to my grandson right now. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to support this bill.
The motion before us is Senate Bill 206. The motion is ought to pass, moved by the chair, seconded by Representative Gregg. When the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Chairman Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Bickford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative McMahon. Representative Ball. Representative Panic.
Yes.
Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
I see Representative Levesque is not here. Representative Petrino votes yes. Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Moulton is not here. Representative Raymond.
Yes.
14-0 with 2 absent.
Any objections to consent? Seeing none, we go on to the consent calendar. This ends the executive session on Senate Bill 206. We've got about 3 minutes for Senate Bill 179. We can always be late, but apparently we can never be early. So there we are. Anybody has pink cards, meaning you want to testify on 179, write them out, bring them up, bring them to Representative Bickford, and they will come up. 179, seclusion. Do we have a card from NAMI? Thank you. I don't see any senator. Well, I'm going to ask you. The prime sponsor, I'll show you. Could be Grossman. I'll take that plate of chips or anytime. I'll take that. Write out the blurb. I'll write out the blurb so I won't forget. Thank you. You. And I got about a minute. What is this committee? Oh, thank you. Wow. Is this valued at under $25? Okay, good. I'll take it then. Thank you. No, no, that's all right. She has a, yeah. Okay, all she has to do is give me a card. I don't. But I'm about to. Okay. Oh, we got a packet. Good. Wonderful. Oh, wow. Thank you. 3 different items. 4 different items. This one goes with New Future. Mm-hmm. Good.
One packet per person, yes.
I'm opening the hearing on Senate Bill 179 relative to eliminating the use of seclusion as a form of punishment or discipline on children in schools and treatment facilities. The chair recognizes an alumna of this committee, Senator Altshuler, who's the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson and honorable committee members. It's nice to be back in this room. For the record, my name is Deborah Altshuler, and I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Greenland, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. And I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 179. I have a lot to introduce. Relative to eliminating the use of seclusion as a form of punishment or discipline on children in schools and treatment facilities. As amended, this bill clarifies the legislative intent of eliminating seclusion, the involuntary solitary confinement of a child, without any ambiguity, to be strictly prohibited. I draw your attention to Section 1, where the clarifying language is, seclusion shall never be used explicitly or implicitly as punishment or discipline for the behavior of a child. Solitary confinement can cause extreme psychological, physical, and developmental harm. For children who are still developing and more vulnerable to irreparable harm, the risks are magnified, particularly for kids with disabilities or histories of trauma and abuse. The Oversight Commission on Children's Services has heard reports from the Office of the Child Advocate that facilities with state contracts are using the ambiguity of current statute to skirt the intent and are using what is called in one facility a quiet room as a form of discipline and punishment. The use of isolation as a disciplinary measure risks damaging children's mental health and can have the opposite of intended effect by making behavioral problems worse. Preventative and positive behavioral strategies that acknowledge the struggles and triggers for children who are already challenged is a more effective and, dare I say, humane way of offering interventions. New Hampshire has made a commitment to the multi-tiered system of support, and this committee has probably heard MTSS many times over, as our framework for enhancing the implementation of evidence-based practices to achieve important outcomes for every student. The MTSS framework builds on a public health approach that focuses on organizing the efforts of adults within systems to be more effective. Enhanced screening of children to set in motion behavioral modification plans, build resilience, and strategize with that child what would be an effective way to reach them when they are in an escalated state is best practices in establishing behavior management plans. Additionally, reporting forms for incidents in facilities working with children is quite frankly all over the place. There is no uniformity of language or reporting, resulting in chaos of interpretations. And I draw your attention to the packet that you've received. In order to establish a rubric for uniform best practices statewide, this Senate bill, as amended, will engage the Department of Education, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Office of the Child Advocate in developing a statewide incident reporting form to better assess trends and data in child protection. Provided for the committee, again, as I referenced, is a packet of various incident report forms currently used by agencies all across the state. While the Department of Children, Youth, and Families has provided an incident report checklist, the uniformity in reporting ends right there. In the packet provided for you, there's a page from Spalding Academy, which I believe is the 4th page in, and the Family Services Reporting Form. Towards the bottom of the page, there are options for the staff to check off, and you check off the use of techniques that were used in managing a child. One is called the one-arm wrap. There's also the Sunday stroll, the one-person vertical immobilization, and the double Sunday stroll. These would sound more familiar in a WWE ring. Those terms are not used on any other reporting forms. The second page has spots for reporting having directed a student to a quiet area or the use of seclusion in response to high-level behavior. Clearly, there is a need for some uniform language across all of our facilities with state contracts and clarification in this proposal of the words shall never from may not be in RSA 126U5. I ask the committee to affirm the Senate position and recommend Senate Bill 179 as amended to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Will you take questions from your former committee?
I would be delighted.
Representative Petrino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. I just want to thank you for bringing this bill forward. When I was a nursery school child, I was frequently secluded in the classroom closet for apparently not participating accordingly, but really what I struggled with was learning disabilities, which people did not know at the time. So this one speaks to me on a very personal level, and it did impact me adversely throughout my elementary school experience. So I just wanted to thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very sorry that happened to you.
Representative Perez.
Similar to State Representative Petrino, this is bringing really ugly memories, being punished and being hit with a ruler. Yeah, I don't want to see any child being hit by with a ruler or a sewing machine belt, because that's not how kids should be punished, especially in that environment. Thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you very much.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for bringing this to us. My question is regarding the use of some of the calm down spaces that we see in elementary schools and occasionally in a residential facility. I know in Nashua, for example, one of our elementary schools has a room, it's a sensory room, and they have different stations that a student may progress through on an individual basis with, there's like stress balls and there's some other stuff. Do you see this legislation as interfering with that kind of therapeutic space, or simply being aimed at the empty padded rooms that we see sometimes as well?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for offering an opportunity for this clarification. So what you are seeing in that Nashua school when a child is removed from a classroom for, as you said, maybe a calm down space, bringing them into a sensory room where there is supervision from an adult, from a teacher, from a trusted adult, is all part of what we have already made a commitment to as best practice in New Hampshire of MTSS. That's identifying prior to there being a meltdown, if you will, who that child responds best to in crisis, and what are the ways that that child is most supported in the calming down so we can get back to regular school and learning quicker. So this does not apply in the way that we teach in our elementary, middle, and high schools right now, because we have established those systems of support. They are not being used as a form of discipline or punishment. They're actually being used as a way of building resilience and keeping that child and the other children safe. What this bill addresses is that also in your hometown, we do have a state agency. We have a contract with an agency that actually uses a solitary room. There are no sensory guides. There is no one sitting with that child. That child is alone in a room for hours, and we have reports at the Commission for the Oversight of Children's Services of days. And that child children having been paraded out of those spaces to eat in solitary, alone in a cafeteria, and then walked back into that space as a form of coercive control for the other students. That if you don't want this to happen to you, then you will get in line. Now, none of that addresses any kind of trauma. It brings on more. None of that addresses any kind of behavioral issues that that child may be having related to their trauma. It makes more. So children who are in facilities with state contracts are already traumatized. They're not home. They're not with family. They couldn't be there. And we need to address those issues. So taking a child out of their environment for the health and safety of that child and the other children is a very different method of building resilience and supporting that child than putting them into solitary confinement. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. That's a horrific
Representative
story.
Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson, and thank you for being here. I'm just curious, how does this impact in-school suspensions, where the children are sometimes, or at least when I taught years ago, the children were often kept away from their other peers, not necessarily in a separate room, but maybe part of an office, but they were not allowed to interact with their peers. So how does this impact that in-house?
So those children who are in a school that the school may be using that type of discipline and behavior control are not leaving the children in a locked room or keeping them confined for hours and hours and hours upon time. It's not solitary confinement.
Any other questions? Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Senator. Thank you for being here and bringing this forward. Can you explain for us what, there are some suggestions in this bill as to how seclusion should be handled. On page 2, there are some suggestions of a co-regulator, A through D. Can you just describe what is being suggested for school districts to do instead? Because you are asking for an adult staff member, a trusted adult, just so the committee can understand what is being expected if seclusion. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Representative Grossman. I appreciate you offering me the opportunity to point out that on page 2, section 3, the A through D actually describes what we are using in New Hampshire right now, which is MTSS, a multi-tiered system of support, which is to identify prior to an incident a plan. So as highlighted, develop a plan to help the child manage their state of regulation and then return to a less restrictive setting. So a child that does leave the classroom to go to a sensory room, we're not just putting them in a sensory room and, hoping they might stop spinning. We have a plan in place for, because we observed this behavior before perhaps, and we have a multi-tiered system of support, so we know how that child best responds when they are in a heightened state. So that may be bringing in, if they have a very good relationship with the nurse and we're having a crisis in this moment, then that teacher would call for the nurse to come in and have a conversation with that child and understand that these type of incidents in school settings are quick. They don't last the entire school day. So we have MTSS being implemented in school settings. What we don't have is the same type of system instituted in places where children live and are being cared for under state contracts. So MTSS is what's outlined in that space right there. And I just wanted to also address, I missed a spot with Representative Ball's question, and I would just like to point out that in section 3 on the first page, seclusion shall not be used in a manner that unnecessarily subjects the child to the risk of ridicule, humiliation, or emotional or physical harm. So an after-school detention in the study hall would be very different than putting all of the students who had a detention that afternoon in the front hall to be observed by their peers as their peers leave for the day. So that would be an intentional humiliation versus a consequence of behaviors where you're going to need to stay after school and do your homework in a supervised setting. So very, very different.
Follow up.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
I know that when I taught, they were very much against detentions, but we used a system called lost time. So that gave the child time to stay after without it being a bad thing. We actually told the parents this is a good thing because the child can now do their work and make sure that they stay up and don't fall into a pattern of now they're frustrated. So thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's nice to see you again, Senator.
Hello.
Hi. I just had one quick question on
Sure.
page 2 under Roman numeral 3 on lines 3 and 4. The co-regulator shall check the child at regular intervals not to exceed 30 minutes between any one interval. How is that 30-minute period of time determined?
That was done in collaboration with the Office of the Child Advocate and with other advocates who use MTSS. Yeah, thank you. And
Thank you.
I think there may be, yes, she's here. So I encourage you to ask that again.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes from New Futures Emma Savini, who has handouts for all of us. And I would ask that each person who signed a pink card observe what they wrote on the pink card, meaning you need 2 to 3 minutes because we're up against other bills coming before us. So, hello.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I believe my handout's already made it around.
Yep.
My name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and well-being of all Granite Staters. New Futures is here in support of Senate Bill 179 because seclusion is an inappropriate, traumatizing, and dangerous method for discipline and should never be used as punishment for children. As you heard from the bill sponsor, seclusion can create psychological and physical harm, and in some cases even result in death through children being placed in seclusion and then it escalating to forms of restraint, which can result in death. New Hampshire has already recognized the importance of banning this practice by passing this law way back in the day, and now is just kind of tidying up the language, as you've heard. It's just closing that gap by changing the may to a shall never. And instead, what this bill does is encourage therapeutic practices to be utilized instead. So as you discussed, the co-regulator method is a great way to help children have positive behavior interventions, and those have actually been shown to have a better impact on behavior and a more lasting positive environment for children. I just would also like to highlight for you that seclusion is disproportionately used on children with learning and behavioral disabilities and with children of color. You'll see some statistics in my written testimony, but I think that this change in statute would be an excellent way for New Hampshire to come forward and be a leader for our country in eliminating seclusion and taking a step towards being a more welcoming and equitable environment for all Granite State children. I'm happy to take any questions, and I urge you to pass this bill.
Representative McMahon.
Hello, Ms. Savigny. Thank you for being here. And in the interest of the lawsuit to come, I want to ask your clarification or your guidance on this. In the bill, line 4 and then line 5, where it says, as you just indicated, seclusion shall never be used. Then in the next line, it says it may only be used. So we have an inherent contradiction in the narrative. My question to you is, should that second line be eliminated or rewritten?
So I will give my opinion, but I think that question is better answered by some of the folks who have done the actual work writing this bill. I think that that carve out is specifically for those instances in which, seclusion can be used in a safe and effective way, like the detention we talked about or the in-school suspension, where it's not a traumatic event for the child and there are other adults in the room who can help co-regulate in those types of specific situations. So there is a carve out, as you'll see in that second line where it says it may only be used. But again, I encourage you to ask that question to those who may be better suited to answer.
Just one follow-up then. Mr.
Follow-up.
Chairman. Again, dealing in word meaning, which always sets a standard for what happens next, is that the word never, should that be, would you suggest that be removed and say shall not be used versus shall never be used?
Again, I'll defer. I would encourage you to ask that question to
Okay.
some other folks who may be better suited, the child advocate or the attorney from the Disability Rights Center who may be able to better answer that.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. With regard to that, I'm just wondering, I know I will ask the next person as well, but maybe you can answer this. Is the challenge here using the word discipline? Because as a behaviorist, a discipline gives to the child where punishment takes away. So typically we want to discipline children, not through corporal punishment, but by giving them more time, giving them more space, giving them more supports. That's what technically discipline is supposed to do. And so I'm just wondering if it should just be, well, it should be never used as punishment. Because keeping a child in a sensory room, that's really a discipline because we are actually giving them the space they need to learn the self-regulation skills. So there's, in that sense, there's a big difference between the two words, and maybe that's where there might needs to be a clarification. Is that possible?
I completely understand where you're coming from, and thank you for the question. I had not given that specific word that meaning, so I don't have a fully fleshed out opinion on it, and I'd have to do more research before I could give you an answer. But I can absolutely look into that for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Rosenberg?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the policy director at the Disability Rights Center. I feel like I'm very loud right now. I'm here to testify in support of SB 179 on behalf of the Disability Rights Center, also some other organizations who couldn't be here, New Hampshire Legal Assistance and Waypoint, who I think is here, but my testimony will be for them as well. I think maybe what I was hoping to do is put a picture on some of the kinds of incidents and things that we're talking about that we see as loopholes to our current law, which limits the use of seclusion. But I also want to address Representative McMahon's questions about the language in the bill. So if that would be helpful, and please interrupt me with questions that you might have. So I don't see the language as inconsistent. It actually mirrors current law as it is now, but strengthens our current law. So currently, as you can see when you look at the bill, we say seclusion may not be used as a form of punishment or discipline. And then it goes on to explain when seclusion may be used. The reason for this change is to really tighten it up and strengthen it so that it mirrors the same prohibition that we have, the language we use in our prohibition against the use of physical restraint. So if you look further, deeper into the statute, I think it's at U5, but let me just get there. Yes. So our restraint law has language that is similar in that it says that restraint shall only be used in a school or facility to ensure the immediate physical safety. So it explains when restraint may be used. Further along in the statute, however, it does explain that restraint shall never be used explicitly or implicitly as punishment. And why am I not finding that? Because probably it is happening earlier. Hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Here we page 1, section 1. Okay. You know, I look at this all the time. Basically, it makes it very clear in our law that restraint shall never be used explicitly or implicitly as punishment or discipline for the behavior of a child. And I'm not finding it. Someone help me. Section 4. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the statute. I know it is in here. Oh, here it is. Sorry about that. It is U5. And essentially it's not contradictory because we know it shouldn't be used for this purpose. Here's when it may be used. Does that make sense? No, I'm so sorry. Because like I said, I didn't know that I was going to be exactly addressing this. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, it is. It's in U5.
Yeah,
So our current law, RSA 126 U5, Roman 2 says, and I read just exactly, restraint shall never be used explicitly or implicitly as punishment for the behavior of a child. So the goal here, and I apologize for taking so long to get you all there, is to make sure that when we're talking about seclusion, and that the prohibition against the use of seclusion for punishment or discipline mirrors the language in the prohibition for restraint. The sentiment is the same, that we shouldn't be using these kinds of restrictive behavior techniques that are really traumatizing on children for discipline. That's not what discipline is. Discipline doesn't traumatize or re-traumatize children. What discipline does is it tries to address behavior in a way that will enable the child to understand that this behavior is not just unexpected, but behavior that they should not be engaging in. It may violate a code of conduct, for example. It may be putting other people at danger, but it's behavior that they need to learn how to address. And we address in different ways in our schools and in our treatment facilities. But one thing that is crystal clear is that we address this as a learning opportunity. We use seclusion and restraint only when necessary to protect other people from physical harm. That's why it's prohibited. There are times when we can't protect another person or the child without using this really, last minute emergency response. But it should not be used in response to something like child is refusing to clean up after themselves, swearing at someone, littering, refusing the first directive to come inside from the playground. That's where we discipline. We don't seclude for that. So is that clear as mud now, or clearer, I hope? Thank you. And just so you have an idea of the kinds of things we see in our office, so we, as the Protection and Advocacy Agency for People with Disabilities, we have special authority to go into facilities to monitor for people's safety, interview folks who are in those programs, and this includes children's facilities. And so what we've seen over the years is that even though the numbers of reported seclusions have really declined radically, particularly in facilities that serve our children, we're hearing about ways that schools and facilities are kind of like navigating around our law. So for example, current law says it's not seclusion if you drag a child into a room, shut the door, tell them they cannot leave, or they know that if they leave, they'll be restrained, as long as that door is unlocked. Right? So children know, they've learned, don't open that door, because either they've seen another kid get restrained after trying to open the door, or they know they'll lose privileges, or they've been basically, like terrorized to stay in the room. The experience for the child is exactly the same. But our law currently says, well, if that door's unlocked, that's not seclusion. Then it's not reportable. It can be used for any kind of behavior. You're subjecting the kiddo to the same kind of circumstance. And we've seen these kind of situations go on for hours and hours at end, which is really traumatic for the kid. And what are they learning in those hours that they're basically being behind closed doors by themselves? So it seeks to tighten that up. And then the other thing that we've seen, and it's interesting because we've seen facilities do this well and we've seen them do it poorly, is basically dragging a kid out of their program, putting them in a room that might be called a quiet room or a contemplation area or some other euphemism. And they might be with a staff member, but the staff is blocking the door, not engaging with the child. And in some cases, we've gotten reports that kids are actually, like the staff, when the child tries to engage with them, they're demeaning them. They're like criticizing them. They're saying mean things about their family, about the child. It's not a therapeutic intervention. Yet we've also seen facilities that we've monitored have kids where they actually recognize when the child's behavior is getting a bit out of control. They've worked with the child to help them recognize this themselves. They have a separate space that the child can go to that's sort of like a happy, calming space. And they have staff in there that use a behavior plan to work with the child. For kids with autism, we've seen rooms like this that have like a swing that's kind of like a hammock that they feel safe in and can get some movement and calm down. Others have like beanbag chairs and are kind of cozy, where kids can voluntarily take advantage of an opportunity to learn a skill. The skill is know when to ask for a break, and then be able to have someone on the other side who's processing with you like what happened. So someone on the other side working with the child to help them figure out what happened and then get them back in the classroom. Some of these places that we monitored that don't do that, we've heard from kids who have slept overnight. How dangerous are you when you're sleeping overnight? Where's the present danger there? And you're separated from your peers and you're in a separate space that's hard walls, nothing on them, and you're sleeping there overnight because you swore at staff. So anyway, I'm happy to take other questions, which hopefully I can answer more eloquently than I did when I started.
Representative Ball.
Thank you, Chairman Pearson. Hi, good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Going back to when you read that definition from the RSA, I think it was 126U, I didn't think I heard the word discipline.
So, because with the restraint was the first thing that the law prohibited, right? And then seclusion was added. So the sections don't add, they don't align perfectly well. So in the seclusion portion of the bill, they separate out those two features. So when you see like the restraint part, restraint shall not be used explicitly or implicitly as a punishment for the behavior of the child. Just above it, it says restraint shall only be used in a school or facility to ensure the immediate physical safety of persons when there is a substantial and imminent risk of serious bodily harm. So with the restraint, they separate, it's in the same section, but they broke it into two, meaning your predecessors probably, unless you were around then, broke it into two separate Roman numeral paragraphs. So I suppose you could break it into two separate Roman numeral paragraphs. I don't know that that's necessary, though, to convey what we're trying to convey here. It's just a different way that they wrote it. I don't think it's inconsistent.
Follow up. Just for more clarification, I'm so sorry.
No, don't.
I understood you to say that you're trying to mirror like that definition, but I thought you said everything that is written without the word discipline, because I'm going back to that idea that discipline is teaching all those skills. So why would we want to say we're going to not use it? I understand that we're then turning around and saying we are going to use it, but I guess I'm just saying, why don't we just leave it as punishment and take out the or discipline?
So seclusion and restraint are emergency responses. They're not discipline. They're not
That's right.
punishment, right? That's what they're, but like that's, but we've received information that suggests that some schools and facilities use it like as a threat or as discipline, and that's just inappropriate. And that's why our law has, even since 2014, when we added the prohibition against use of seclusion, included language saying that it cannot be used as punishment or discipline. The objective here was just to mirror the language that we use in restraint to avoid confusion and make it really, if it wasn't clear before, this is not appropriately used as punishment or discipline. Does that help?
It does.
Follow
I'm-
up.
Sorry, thank you, sir. It does. I guess I'm just stuck on that word because it still implies to me that that is a positive, and
That what is a positive?
discipline is used. I mean, if those, I guess my concern is, and I'm wondering if these other facilities are using it wrong. They're not understanding the difference between the two, because clearly some of the things they're doing is not discipline. That is punishment.
Well, what the facilities are doing is not using seclusion, because what this bill says is that if you have a child, you're working on a plan with them, and they voluntarily go to like a sensory room, for example, with staff, that's not seclusion. So those facilities are using the separation of the child in a way that's voluntary to the child, and it's done in a therapeutic way. So, and also what this bill would do is say, you know what, even if you're not sending the kid to a therapeutic separate room, but you're having him in a room with another staff member, and it's just a separate room, that as long as that staff member is engaging in a therapeutic manner with that child, that would not be considered seclusion. So the reason that's important is because it allows for the situation where, as Senator Altshuler intimated, sometimes these are really quick situations. So if a child's behavior is unexpected a teacher can take the child out of the room, go in another room with them, and then help them to process what's going on. And we're not going to call that seclusion. But what it seeks to get at, though, is if instead the child is removed to a separate room in a facility and there's nothing there for the child, and the person refuses to interact with them, and there is no behavior plan, or they demean them, because that's not therapeutic, that would be considered seclusion.
Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and explaining this. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, because I think there's some confusion about the never used and then may use. So the only reason that we're saying never is because it's like that quick thing. So you're never able to just throw the kid in a closet and walk away. It has to be explicitly or implicitly, it has to be used with something else. So if there's the immediate response, we need to remove them for just a minute, let them cool down, but a staff is staying nearby. Because we're trying to prevent somebody from just doing this and just walking away, or kind of locking them in and forgetting them. Is that correct? Is that why the language reads that way?
But I think it's important to read the next sentence.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it says, when you may use it, right? Because really this is an emergency response.
Right.
And so the intent here is to make it clear that it's to define what seclusion is, and then and define what that emergency response could look like, but make it clear that you're limited to using this kind of emergency response to certain situations. Child poses a substantial and imminent risk of physical harm to others.
Perfect. Thank you.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm still struggling with the word never. Now, according to the definition of never, it is at no time in the past or future, on no occasion, not ever. So if you use the word never in that first sentence and then go to the next one and say, but if you want to, you can, I'm struggling with that. I just can't get it. Can you help my struggle?
I'll try to help your struggle. Like I said, I mean, one thing you could do is reverse the order of those sentences. Maybe that would help. I think those two sentences are still there, which basically lets you know that seclusion may only be used similarly to the restraint bill, right? The restraint portion of this. It's all in the same section. When it was drafted, maybe you were here actually. It was just separated out into two separate paragraphs. I think the outcome is basically the same, however. And I think the intent here was to really make it clear, using the same language that we use for restraint. It wasn't to make it was basically to make it mirror that restraint language so that it's abundantly clear. There was a feeling that seclusion, the way it reads now, may not be used as a form of punishment or discipline, wasn't strong enough language. So that's why it was put in. But if, I mean, it could be just, you could just add a Roman and switch the order if that would be more comfortable.
I would really like to move this hearing along. I'm looking at what's on the books now in the book that it's in. And you can have a version of that by looking at your bill and seeing the strikeout.
Right.
I think as LSRs in 2021, and I checked the supplements to make sure, et cetera, it made sense because the word may is not a mandatory word, it's a permissive word. I think if the first two sentences were slightly reworded, we would solve this problem and we can move along.
Yeah,
Because everything else in here, I've been able to find on the books already.
Right.
That's the only change. And if our problem is with that only thing right there, I think a very simple little patch job could be done. Could we move on?
I mean, with the I would defer to the sponsor. But I think it personally, if you want to just have a Roman and have it swapped around.
Problem.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem either. But
can
this is a great
fix
solution.
The non-problem. Okay, thank you so
Mr.
much,
Chairman.
Counselor.
That resolves my struggle. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Grammatically correct.
It wasn't even in the book I get for Christmas. That's why we have it over there. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Counselor. Holly Stevens, Counselor, come forward. NAMI, New Hampshire, we've got your hand out already.
Good morning, Chairman Pearson, members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy for NAMI New Hampshire. NAMI is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 179 as amended by the Senate. Also just wanted to point out that, per NAMI National, we also adopt a lot of their own policy positions, but we also believe that no one should be subjected to practices that worsen mental health. Seclusion worsens mental health when it is used inappropriately as a punishment or a form of discipline. When it's used to keep people safe, then that's an appropriate use of seclusion. I will keep my remarks brief. You've already heard that this is trauma. It causes trauma in the kids. You have my written testimony as well as a policy paper that came out from NAMI National. I did email that to you because there's a lot of hyperlinks in that lead to different research that's been done on how this is trauma. But I did also want to go back to the never and then going on further to something else. Never is qualified by the punishment or discipline aspect of it. So if it's not being used as punishment or discipline, then it is permissible. So the never is being qualified by those two words at the end of the sentence. And I just, since you have heard a lot of testimony about this, I just wanted to recount, my own experience at Hampstead Hospital, where I worked for 2 years prior to going to law school. And I worked with a lot with this little boy who was much like a jumping bean. And every time we'd go downstairs to do school, he would start running from table to table on the tops of them. He would run down the halls, and I would have to chase after him. And I will tell you, there were times that I became so frustrated, I would have loved to been able to put him in our quiet room and say, block the door, and this is where we're doing school. But that wasn't appropriate. It wasn't appropriate because he wasn't being unsafe. He knew how to jump from table to table very safely. So I just leave you with that, you know, there are situations where staff get frustrated, and it'd be much easier for me to have been able to contain him, but it would have been very inappropriate. So today, NAMI New Hampshire urges this committee to take a strong look at this bill. If you have concerns about the language that you think need to be fixed, certainly the stakeholders here are amendable to that, but we do support the Senate bill as amended, and I will take any questions that you have.
I'm going to ask this question of all the lawyers coming. Do you see the bill as presented to us pose any linguistic problems in the juxtaposition of it may not be and it may only be? Do you see any legal difficulty with the bill as presented to us?
No, and the reason for that, Chairman Pearson, is because that first sentence says shall never be used explicitly or implicitly as punishment or discipline. So never is qualified by the punishment and the discipline aspect of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, next call, Kristen Evans from Able, New Hampshire. If you could be very brief, please, but especially speak to that point I just mentioned about the first two lines, lines 4 and 5, if there's any legal opinion that, are you a lawyer?
No.
Then you can skip that part.
Okay. Thank you.
I get to do it because I get the law book.
I appreciate it. Dear Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 179. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is New Hampshire's only disability justice organization, and we advocate for the civil and human rights of children and adults with disability. I will keep my testimony brief. You have my written testimony in front of you. It was passed out earlier. I would like to express our strong support for SB 179. As an organization dedicated to advancing the rights and dignity of individuals with disabilities, we believe that the use of seclusion is harmful and inhumane practice that must be banned. Research has shown that seclusion is often used disproportionately on children with disabilities, particularly those with autism and other developmentally disorders. According to a 2019 report by the National Disability Rights Network, children with disabilities are overrepresented in seclusion and restraints include incidents in school, with one study finding that they accounted for 71% of such incidences. The passage of SB 179 would be a significant step towards promoting the safety and well-being of children with disabilities in schools and treatment facilities. We urge lawmakers to support this important legislation and prioritize the rights and dignity of all children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And now Tessa Smith has signed up to speak. Tessa, first of all, are you a lawyer? No. You may be seated.
I'm a parent, if that helps.
That qualifies.
All right. My name is Tessa Smith. I live in Loudon, New Hampshire. I have two sons that are 12 and 9 that are complete opposites. My older son loves sports, and my younger son loves to sing and dance. This bill affects my family, especially my little Sour Patch kiddo, Nico, because Nico has autism. He attends 4th grade at Loudon Elementary in a regular classroom, but uses the quiet room daily. As we know now, the quiet room is also known as the seclusion room. My thought on what a quiet room was and what I was mostly shown was a mostly empty classroom with a couple chairs, a little bit of artwork on the walls. Unfortunately, that's not the case. His quiet room is a white padded room with gym pads on the walls, much like in an institution. My son uses this room daily. The most recent use of this was this past week on Wednesday, when my 9-year-old son was forced to spend hours guarded by his para, who's intimidating, by the way, but lovely, until he could calm down. He was put in this room for taking things off the teacher's desk and gesturing a fist. He couldn't calm down enough in time to go home on the school bus, so they kept him there in that quiet room until I could come get him. Unfortunately, that was also the day where I didn't have my vehicle, so I had to call every single family member I know and find a way for him to get home. Thankfully, my sister was only 25 minutes away, and so he continued to spend the rest of the day in that room until she was able to pick him up. I support this bill because having a co-regular in the room with him, which he has someone check on him, but for the most part is just guarded by the para in the room, would allow him to be able to access skills and coping mechanisms that he has that he can't access himself. Obviously, with autism, it's really hard to regulate yourself. So having someone in there and just checking on him at 30-minute interval max would be able to access those skills and help him calm down to their standard. I do want to ask for some clarification. In that first section under U5, section 1, my issue with that is the last 3 words, danger has dissipated. To me, I would assume that meant something violent or dangerous, but to them, it can be as simple as gesturing a fist and saying, I don't want to go with you, is when he gets removed to the quiet room. So I didn't know if there was a possibility for clarification.
The statute as presently in the books, it speaks of imminent risk of physical harm to the child or others, ... until that danger is dissipated. To me, that last clause goes with what precedes it. It speaks of physical harm to the child and others. The child advocate is going to be speaking next, and she may wish to address that.
Okay.
But it seems to go together as a piece in my reading. But I hear your concern. It could be twisted, perhaps.
Yes, it's kind of subjective, whereas gesturing a fist to me wouldn't be imminent danger to himself or others. It can be constituted as that because it is a physically violent gesture. I did have one more clarification. On the section with the preference order for the adults, which is the next page, under A, it says a trusted adult selected by the child. As it currently stands, that doesn't specify whether they have training or not. So that would be interesting to know whether or not they're required to have training, or Joe Schmo can be picked and not know how to deal with an unruly child specifically.
Thank you. We'll ask that question too.
Great. She has a question.
Thank you. Would you take any questions?
Yes.
Representative Grossman with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming and giving your testimony. How does this affect your son?
He hates it. He tells me every day that he wants to lock himself in the room so that we can't force him to go to school anymore. And unfortunately, that's just another room. Great that it has video games, but it's not great that he has to sit there and want to stay home and, you know, use every threat in the book. I mean, I've had DCYF at my house numerous times because he knows what he can say to get out of schoolwork, to not have to go, because he goes to that quiet room. I've had the school psychologist in an IEP meeting say that, oh no, we can't break up the day into intervals to try and get him back up into the classroom. We need to leave him in that room until he has no more behavior so that he can return to that. And unfortunately, I've been in different districts where that room, instead of being padded, was a closet, an actual closet, like with concrete walls in the Manchester district. So thankfully it's now bigger and padded, but you know, it's the same situation where he's been there since age 4. He's used this quiet room on. He's now 9. He's very well familiar with the quiet room.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question to you is how, with this weekly occurrence, how is it affecting his ability to keep up with the education process?
So unfortunately, he does have some learning issues where he is behind in his peers, but when he's in the classroom, for example, right before we moved to Loudoun, we were in the Raymond School District and they didn't use a quiet room. He progressed from not really participating in the classroom to learning how to carry over the one, which I couldn't teach him, learning how to read. We found out that he memorizes books, so that's why his reading level is better than what we thought it was, because he has this neat trick where he hears one book one time and he has it completely memorized. So the trick is to keep up with him, but he has his little niches that you get to know, and he makes so much progress when he's actually in the classrooms. But unfortunately, he has learned since 4 on that if he has these behaviors, especially if he flops on the ground or threatens to flip a table, it's mostly threats, you know, but unfortunately, that's when he gets put in the quiet room and he tends to make a lot less progress. This year, he's made a lot of progress in reading, but for the most part has stayed pretty significantly behind.
Thank you.
Am I all good?
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And the chair now calls Cassandra Sanchez, Office of the Child Advocate.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and esteemed members of the Children and Family Law Committee. For the record, Cassandra Sanchez, Child Advocate for the State of New Hampshire. So as you heard much testimony before me indicating the traumatizing effects of seclusion, I will not get too deep into that topic for you. I will focus a bit, though, on the co-regulation piece, as I want to ensure that that is understood by the committee. I also provided you a letter here from Katie Pagnotta. She is a licensed clinical mental health counselor. She has worked with my office in reviewing this Senate bill. She has an expertise in clinical mental health counseling of children, as well as consultation in the schools. So she currently provides consultation to schools around how to manage different behaviors in a way that is trauma-informed and is less impactful to the children. And so a brief section I'm going to read here for you from her letter is, when a child is dysregulated, it is the job of an adult who is responsible for the child to emit safety in order for the child's nervous system to neurocept safety, which opens the pathways to regulation. Adults emit safety through being in social engagement state and utilizing calm, verbal, and nonverbal communication strategies. This is what we call co-regulation. And so in speaking about as was the question prior, was about these adults in order. And when we're looking at a co-regulator, it's not necessarily a skill set. The MTSS training that is in the schools and is being expanded in the schools can cover this, but it's truly just understanding trauma-informed care, which is meeting a child where they're at. And so a person without training could actually be more, who has a close relationship to the child, could actually be more impactful in these situations than somebody who is trained in therapeutic techniques, because it's about being that calm body, getting to the child's level, trying to engage with them. And at times that engagement could just be offering a listening ear, and that child may just be screaming about what they're going through and saying, yes, I understand that's difficult. And so that doesn't take a lot of training. And that's one of the benefits of having this co-regulation model, is that we're not asking the schools to employ additional professionals that have specific training and techniques to be able to do this. We're asking the school to engage in the MTSS, which is being offered to them, to have a general understanding of trauma-informed care, which we are asking all school professionals at this point across the state. And then we are asking those people to understand that the child is in crisis and understand that they just need a calm person to absorb their emotions in that moment, and enough where they are no longer an imminent risk of harm to themselves or somebody else. And so that's a piece for me that was really critical in taking a look at improving the use of seclusion, because I do understand there are programs that do use seclusion in this state, specifically because of the high needs of the children that they serve. And it's ensuring that they're only using it when they have tried every other opportunity to de-escalate that child. They've tried the verbal techniques. They've tried to engage with them in this way and absorb their emotions. They've tried to let them express their emotions without intervention for a moment. And then they're getting to the point where they're saying, this child is really a danger. They're either attacking staff, or we have a lot of children, especially on the autism spectrum, that will begin self-harming themselves. They may sit in a wall and start banging their head aggressively. And so it's getting them away from that into a place that has softer materials around them. And so there is, some of the programs that we work with do have the ability to use seclusion safely and minimally only when absolutely necessary. And we're trying to ensure that continues. As you heard before me, I believe it was Karen Rosenberg from the DRC that shared that we do understand that there are schools and facilities that find loopholes to this. And so they may have an adult sit in a room with a child, but that adult's not interacting with the child. They're not attempting to co-regulate. They're just watching the child. And so what this writes in with the co-regulation is they can sit there and watch the child for 30 minutes, but after 30 minutes, it is within their role to either themselves or bring somebody else in who's actually going to interact with that child and try to help them regulate. And what we know about co-regulation is that for children with attachment issues, which unfortunately we see with a lot of children with trauma histories and those who've been removed from their home settings, they do not have the ability to learn regulation on their own in the time that children do with healthy attachments. So when children have healthy attachments, they should be able to self-regulate around adolescence. They need support in their younger years, and in adolescence, they start to learn about themselves and understand what it takes to help calm themselves down. Children with complex trauma, that does not happen in that time frame. So what we know is that they need the support of these co-regulators to learn how to self-regulate. And so over time, this intervention by the co-regulator will actually teach them how to be able to do this on their own. And then they will be able to, in young adulthood and later in adulthood, be able to regulate on their own and have better mental health outcomes and overall health outcomes as we understand the ACEs, right? This is all tied to ACEs.
The only other question I think we have is your legal analysis of lines 4 and 5 on page 1.
I can save you some time. I'm not an attorney.
I'll
I
take
am a-
anybody. I'm
I
not
am a
either.
social worker.
In your social worker, you see no difficulty in your capacity as a social worker between those two lines, lines 4 and 5. Seclusion may not be used, but it may only be used.
Yes. So I stand firmly in the same understanding that Holly shared with us, in that the never is tied to explicitly to punishment and discipline. So because of that language, I do not see an issue with it. But as some had requested, the separation out and potentially shifting them in a different order so it is more clearly aligned, I would be in agreement and in
You could
support
go
of
either
that.
way. The people who wrote the law that's currently on the books had no difficulty with it, having
Correct.
the two together, but okay. Thank you. Any questions for the child advocate representative Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a quick one. I wanted to ask you the same question that I asked earlier. How did you determine, or how did your group or people determine that the checking of the child at regular intervals not to exceed 30 minutes?
Yes, so that actually I worked very closely with the licensed mental health counselor on, specifically because taking a look at what is the extensive period, understanding that it may take time for, especially in a school setting where she does consultation in schools, it may take time to get the preferred adult to be available for the child. If they're a classroom teacher or if they're a janitor and they're another part of the school, it may take time. So how much time is it that a child could be left and that the trauma impact is not going to greatly affect their mental health and their progress in life? And so it was determined that a 30-minute interval is reasonable for a child to attempt to self-regulate, and anything beyond that could be more damaging to their mental health.
Just a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair. So, hi, thank you. So if the child, let's say the child is in the room for an hour and a half, would that mean that the only requirement would be that there would be like 3 check-ins? Would the child potentially be left alone for long, like periods of 29 minutes and then another 29 minutes? Is that possible? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure that.
So that should be only if there is seclusion by current definition, right? Where we're talking about a children being in imminent danger to themselves or somebody else, because these other removals from a classroom to address behavior should accompany an adult. And so it really, it makes it so that this is for those instances where there is formal seclusion that is used by the current law, where a child may have been, for instance, in a facility, they may have been in a milieu and they started to attack a child nearby them. And so they are removed and the staff is trying to help de-escalate. And in the process of the staff de-escalating, the child's now attacking the staff and is aggressive towards the staff. And so at that point, they may use formal seclusion in which they would have the child in the room. My understanding of the way in which most of the facilities in the state operate is that if they have a child in seclusion in that room, they have an adult outside of the door. So the door may be locked or it may be held by an adult, but the adult is outside the room watching for the child. So if the child is able to settle prior to that 30-minute time period, that child is then released from the room by the staff member because they are watching. And so what this is saying is that if they're watching and this child is not able to regulate in that way, then the staff is to intervene, as opposed to there are times where we have seen seclusions that last beyond 30 minutes because the child isn't able to regulate on their own and they may be escalating in their behavior as they stay there. And so this is ensuring that there is an adult that will intervene even if they're still in a heightened state to attempt that opportunity. And for some, they may have that one touch point with a staff member. That may not be enough for them to regulate. So that staff member may have to come back outside that door. And at that point, the hope is that they would then find somebody. I've attempted to regulate with this child. They're not taking to me. So I'm going to find another staff member to come in and do the next regulation with the child.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just trying to wrap my head around that. a
Any
little
other
bit.
questions for the child advocate? Seeing none, thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Now, we have a question before the committee. If you really think that we've got to have an amendment to break out more explicitly lines 4 and 5, that'll be one choice. The other is the word only, it may only, it modifies by punishment and discipline only. The bill is good as it is, and we can exec it. Those are your two choices. So I'd like to see a show of hands. How many of you really want us to wait? And those of you putting your hands up will be responsible for helping the amendment to be written. Put your hand up. How many of you think it's good to go and we can get this thing to the floor of the House and to the governor? It looks pretty good to me. So, this. Go ahead. Well, not yet, but thank you. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 179 and begins the exec session on Senate Bill 179. And the chair calls on Representative Grossman for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion for OTP SB 179.
And do I have a second? Second, Representative Long, also a co-sponsor. Any further discussion? We have before us Senate Bill 179. The motion is ought to pass, moved by Representative Grossman, seconded by Representative Long, relative to eliminating the use of seclusion as a form of punishment or discipline on children in schools or and treatment facilities. And the clerk may call the roll, please.
Chairman Pearson,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Long,
Yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Bickford,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative McMahon,
Yes.
Representative Ball, yes. Representative Panic,
Yes.
Representative Seidel,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque is not here. Representative Petrino,
Yes.
Representative Perez,
Yes.
Representative Gregg,
Yes.
Representative Moulton is not here. Representative Raymond,
Yes.
that would be 14 yays and 2 absents.
Any objection to consent? Any objection to Representative Grossman writing the report? No. This concludes the executive session on 179, and I have late breaking news from Concord, New Hampshire. The committee report on Senate Bill 206 on corporal punishment passed 14-0 and is going to consent, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is good news. I think you heard testimony that the Oversight Commission on Children's Services dealt with this issue. We were quite frankly horrified when we were notified of the audit that had been done by a performance audit that had been done of the Nashua Children's Home, and the issue of seclusion came up. So we knew we had to do something, and Senator Altschiller put in legislation. And after the Children's Oversight Services discussed this, our child advocate was there, and she said, I think we need to fine tune this a little bit. And that afternoon, she had worked with the Disability Rights Center and had language for an amendment, which was adopted on the floor. And so hopefully everyone agreed. I think they did. So let's get this one going to the governor's office.
And do you know that that same facility in Nashua was the subject of an hour-and-a-half hearing before DHHS Oversight Committee, which I chair?
Yes, I was
mean,
aware of that as
we
well.
were coming
Mr.
at
Chair.
it from a number of angles. And now, Senator, would you introduce
We cleared out
Senate
the
Bill
room.
43?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning again for the record. My name is Sharon Carson. I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 43, relative to a needs assessment for juvenile minors who are residents of the state of New Hampshire. Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 43 is just a cleanup of a mistake that had been made in Senate Bill 94. As has been heard repeatedly in discussing the SYSC debate, DCYF now does a strengths and a needs assessment on youth before they go to court on delinquency charges. We use that to make recommendations to divert kids from court and towards services, and it's working great with a 72% of kids being diverted. We have one unanticipated issue. I think, Mr. Chairman, most of you should know this bill came at the request of the Department of Health and Human Services. They've run into a problem along the border communities. Senate Bill 94 required assessments for all youth, no matter from what state they came from. But we only provide services to kids from New Hampshire. This means we end up utilizing staff time and resources doing assessments for kids from Mass, mostly Vermont and Maine, who can't actually engage in the recommended services. These are most typically shoplifting charges from the Salem Mall that results in a fine. All the bill does is make clear that the assessment process is intended for New Hampshire youths. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I will end my testimony, and I will try to answer any question.
I have a question, the use of the word resident in line 9. I've got a note saying, what is the definition of that in line 9 and also line 4?
Well, I think when we talk, I know this can be a touchy issue when it comes to voting, but it's my understand that resident means that they actually live here in New Hampshire. As you know, these youths, they're 18 years and below, well, below the age of 18, they're considered to be minors. They live with adults. So they actually have to live here in New Hampshire. That's my understanding of what the term residence means.
Is that defined in statute anywhere?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to say it is because I'm not sure. And I don't want to give you folks bad information. But I would hope that for the purpose of this statute, it is already in statute.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Back to the word resident. We have boarding schools. If a child is living at the boarding school, is that child a resident of the state of New Hampshire?
Representative, I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not sure. And again, I don't want to give you bad information, but someone is here from the department who hopefully will be able to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the senator? Seeing none?
There's
Mr. Bickford. Would you write a note for my next eye exam, please? I clearly have a lack of peripheral vision. I can see the senator very well. Representative Bickford, for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm trying to understand what's happened. I know in my community area, there's no more any diversion. It seems to have disappeared. And someone said, well, it's being done through the state now. And so I've lost a little track of the process of this. And so what happens to the children that, say, do live over the border but are coming up here and committing some form of crime? So do they still go to the court system in New Hampshire, or?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's my understanding they do because they're held responsible. It's just when we talk about the diversion process, because our hands are really tied. We can't force someone who lives in another state to come back here to New Hampshire for whatever treatment that the court has outlined for them. And that's where the problem is. So that's why we're looking to change it to just be children that live here in New Hampshire. I would hope that when a child from out of state commits a crime here in New Hampshire, that they work with those, with that other state to either, with whatever recommendations they have. It's just that we are spending our time and resources on assessing these kids when we really, at the end of the day, don't really have that kind of control over them to get them into the types of treatment that we think would be appropriate for them, rather than some sort of punitive punishment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Representative Panic.
I almost see this as a problem, because if we're a border state, I live on the border, and if I see them coming over to our town and tearing it all up, and they get arrested in our town, and they have to go to the Salem courts, and we can't do anything, we're not correcting the problem now.
I thank you for the question, and I'm trying to think of what would be an appropriate answer. It's not that these children are not being held responsible. It's the fact that we're going to go through this process of assessing these children as a way of trying to divert them out of the system. I think everyone in this room knows about informed trauma. There's underlying reasons why kids are acting out. And sometimes it's better to divert them into some sort of mental health care rather than putting them in some sort of facility. I think it also depends upon the type of crime that has been committed. But I think I've answered your question. What we've done here in New Hampshire is we've really tried to keep children out of the criminal justice system, because I think everyone in this room realizes oftentimes when these kids come into contact, if you don't get to the root of the problem, they're going to keep coming back over and over and over again. And what you really want to do is stop that. So you really want to get to the root of the problem. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this with kids that commit crimes here. It's just that we can't enforce that when they go back home. And that's really what the crux of the problem is.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to back up what Senator Carson had to say, especially in border towns, when a youth does break the law and they go to court, the courts will tell them there is a diversion agency that will accept your child who lives out of state, and they can do the diversion, or they can pay this penalty. So the court does assess a penalty for the crime, but they offer. Now, we can't, again, as Senator Carson said, we cannot force them, but the agency that I'm on the board for, we have accepted many young people from Haverhill, Lawrence, Lowell, and they have come in and done challenge courses and thus and so. So it can happen, but as she said, it's an interstate thing. Thank you.
My question is, what does this leave empty now? If the arresting agency contemplates the initiation of court proceedings prior to filing a delinquency petition, that's what we have now. But if we restrict it by saying involving a resident minor, I'm just wondering, what does the arresting agency of somebody who came over and did an expensive smash and grab in a jewelry store just over the border from Vermont, what does the arresting agency get to do now, or if should this pass?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would hope that they would talk with the authorities where this child is from, and they can hopefully coordinate something where the child is going to be held responsible for what they did in New Hampshire, but realizing that it might not be good for the child if the crime was serious enough to be held here in New Hampshire, that maybe there's something that they could do in the state where they came from.
I'm wondering if going forward after we pass this, perhaps, this would be a good conversation with law enforcement agencies who live in border towns or our state police troops that are on border towns. What problems do you see? Maybe you've done that. I don't know.
Well, thank you again for the question. I think anytime that you can involve everyone that is in contact with a child who is in trouble, the better off that child is going to be to get the type of help and treatment they really need to have. But I think they also need to be made aware of the fact that their actions have consequences. And I strongly believe in our court system, that they work very, very hard to do the right thing for these kids. And so this bill simply just says, look, we can't really do these types of assessment on kids from out of state unless they're actually being held. I mean, oftentimes if it's a shoplifting crime, they're charged here in New Hampshire and then they go home. How are you going to make them come back for that assessment? Because usually they just let them go.
So the many people from out of state that the representative references, that number presumably is going to shrink considerably now.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to make that kind of assumption. I just go on the fact of that when we're dealing with children from New Hampshire, as the department had stated, we've seen a 72% drop in the number of kids that are going into the system, and the diversion that we are using is working very, very well.
Okay, any further questions for the senator? Yes, Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, when diversion agencies in this state are dealing with in-state children, the fees are much different than when you're dealing with an out-of-state child. So that's the difference, and that's how diversion agencies work. And we went from needing 144 beds to needing 12 to 18 beds.
Anything else? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will see you all at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. You get frequent flyer miles. Senator Whitley got some recently in my other committee, so yeah. Chair recognizes Beth Margesian from DCYF, and I got the name wrong, didn't I?
That
And I
is
really-
quite all right, Mr. Chair. It's Beth Margison.
Marge, like you wrote.
Yes, Margison. So,
Sorry.
thank you very much, Chair Pearson, Vice Chair Long, and all members of the committee. The division is here to support the bill, obviously, because we asked Senator Carson if she would gracefully sponsor this bill for us. And I don't really need to add anything else to what she said other than to reiterate, or maybe perhaps get a little bit deeper on the diversion aspect of this. So what happens is that children from out of state are still subject to, the process of, if it's a shoplifting restitution and whatnot. It's what we want to do for in-state children is to allow them to participate in a diversion program. We obviously have no jurisdiction over children who reside out of state. So we just need to make sure that we're spending our resources and on children who reside in state.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a definition of a resident minor? I mean, I'm thinking of summer camps, I'm thinking of boarding schools.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's just the underpinning of the statute 169B, because it's for children. It's for children who are in New Hampshire. So it's implicit in the statute that 169B applies to children who are New Hampshire residents.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. What happens when you've gone through the process of an assessment with a resident child and then they move to Massachusetts?
I think I actually don't know that question. I think oftentimes by the time they may have moved, we may have been done with their diversion process. And then perhaps, and if not, perhaps a referral can be made. But I actually really don't know. That's just my guess, to be honest.
Thank you.
So this does not really change the fact that people from New Hampshire shall be referred for needs assessment. It's already right here in the law book.
That is correct.
What it's doing is those 4 words in boldface italics, it is restricting it. And the only reason I can think of is to save some money so we can put our resources more to our own people.
Yes, it is. It's utilizing staff resources. Not that we don't care about out-of-state children, as I'm sure all of you care about out-of-state children, but our responsibility is to New Hampshire residents. So utilizing our staff resources, and obviously, there is a behavioral and mental health provider shortage in the state. So actually being able to target this very valuable assessment tool so that it's only used on New Hampshire children is quite impactful.
To your knowledge, granted the significant shortage of resource personnel, are we seeing this in that program presently? If a child is arrested and is referred for a needs assessment, are we seeing a backlog? We'll do your needs assessment, but you got to wait 2 months because we don't have enough people.
I don't believe so in juvenile justice. I'm not really sure. We contract with an outside agency to do it. I don't know that. I don't know about the backlogs on that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Beth Marchison?
Thank you very much. You always ask very good questions. I wish I knew more of the answers sometimes. So thank you.
Keep coming back.
Yeah.
We'll all learn together. Well, that is it. And I now close the hearing on Senate Bill 43. And just a straw poll. How many of you think this bill needs more work versus how many of you think it's good to go for execing? How many needs more work? Hands up. How many we're good to go on execing? Okay. I see just about everybody. So I close the hearing on SB 43 if I didn't just, and I open the exec session on Senate Bill 43. And I haven't put the question yet. You made it. Any others out there that belong to us? Nope. You didn't see anybody else? No? Okay. Just want to give them a shot. All right. Who would like to move, ought to pass, and write the wonderful committee report, not sold in stores, soon to be a movie? Is that a hand saying yes? And what is your motion? You move ought to pass. You do, and it's very good. And I see Representative Perez seconding it. Well, everybody gets a turn eventually, you know. Any further discussion? Anybody want to go to lunch in 3 minutes? Okay, so when the clerk is ready, please call the roll. The motion is, with Representative Grossman in the room for this motion, Senate Bill 43 ought to pass, moved by Representative Panic, second by Representative Perez. The bill is relative to needs assessment for juvenile minors who are residents of New Hampshire. Chair may call the roll.
Chairman Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Disimone.
Yes.
Representative Bickford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative McMahon. Representative Ball. Representative Panic.
Yes.
Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque, I believe, is absent. Representative Petrino will be voting yes. Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Moulton is absent. Representative Raymond.
Yes.
14-0 with 2 absent and ought to pass.
And any objection to going on to consent? Seeing none, thank you. A couple of announcements before we break for lunch. We will be back at 1 o'clock. And about 2:15, the committee services is going to do a little bit of room readjustment. We are inviting the Judiciary Committee and others who are interested in the practices of the judiciary. We've had several bills that we tabled because we agreed that some of the bills have some good points to them, but some of them evidence not enough knowledge of how the judiciary works. So from 2:30 on, we will be having the first of what may be several continuing education events, so we can learn more about how the court system works. I received from the clerk of the House 4 Senate bills that crossed over and were assigned to this committee. We will have done all 4 of these today. I have no further bills, but the Senate is still senating, so there may be more. We will not meet next Tuesday because we have nothing to meet about. But as soon as I start getting additional bills, I'll let you know that I have and what their numbers are. And I'll try to group them so we don't come up for an hour and a half and have to go back home again. But we'll try to group them so that we'll make a day of it. I think most people like that. So there we go. And I've also heard from the powers that be that the rule is still, we may have water in the room, but we've got to take our food and beverages other than water elsewhere. And that doesn't mean another room like this one. And I've been guilty of that. So when that came down, I said, I got to pass this along just in case, that I brought a sandwich and a beverage and I'm going down to the cafeteria to have it. So just a reminder of what we were told, but I think I know I forgot. So there we go. Have a good lunch.
I asked our people at DCYF how we define resident, and we use the definition of resident in the DOE statutes, just so since there are questions of it. Okay,
Could you get that for us and send it our way?
I certainly can, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Are you looking for the definition now? Because she's going to write the blurb, and if you could get it to her fairly quickly, we could incorporate it in her committee report. Otherwise, we're going to be challenged. Somebody will pull the bill off consent, and it's a mess. So if you can get that for her, that'll be really helpful.
He already did the hat trick.
We have two of Senator Carson's two bills presented to us that have already gone on to consent today. And here we are at the 1 o'clock hour seeing, will she score the hat trick? You framed that so well. Ever consider politics? No, they get paid better. Open the hearing on Senate Bill 172, allowing court-appointed guardians to receive temporary assistance to needy families, TANF benefits. And the chair recognizes and awards frequent flyer points to Senator Carson to present your bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the House Children and Family Law Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson. I represent Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 172, which seeks to permit court-appointed guardians to receive temporary assistance to needy families. Mr. Chairman, I think, again, we've had a lot of information today about kids and trying to do the right things for kids. And this is another one of those cornerstones. This bill was a request of the Department of Health and Human Services. And what this bill does is it allows non-related legal guardians for kids to qualify for TANF benefits the same way that related legal guardians for kids qualify for TANF benefits. Former Division III Vice Chair and former Senator Erin Hennessy, when she was in the House, had a meeting with Director Ribson and a family last year. The family was an older couple and were the legal guardians of 4 or 5 children who were not related by blood, but who were, for all other purposes, their grandchildren for many years. They were the children of their daughter's longtime partner. When parents developed serious substance abuse issues, these grandparents obtained legal guardianship of the kids. But the TANF program only allowed the benefit for blood relatives, so they didn't qualify and really could not afford to care for all of those children. After the meeting, the Department of Health and Human Services met with the federal government, which told DHHS that they could approve DHHS's plan to apply TANF benefits to these types of situation, but that our statute would need to be amended in order to authorize this. This is why you have the bill in front of you today. There is enough money in TANF to cover this, so it's all federal dollars. There is no general fund impact, and the Senate did pass this unanimously. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, we've had a lot of discussion, especially today in this committee, about children and supporting children, keeping them out of our systems. This is another way to keep these kids connected to families that have raised them, even though those families are not related by blood. We want to preserve that. We want to preserve that safety net for them. We want to preserve what's normal as much as we can for these kids. So instead of them moving them out of a loving family situation and being placed with strangers in foster care, let's help those families that are trying to do the right thing by these kids and provide that environment for them. They need some help. All you need to do is look at what's happening in our economy today, where the price of goods has gone up so much, especially food, and the price of the packaging has gotten smaller. So families are having to spend more and more of a limited budget on their food. So they need some help. And I see this bill as a way to help. It's going to help children. It's going to help the families that are taking them in. And I think that's a win-win for everyone. So at this point, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my testimony, and I will try to answer questions, but there are folks from the Department of Health and Human Services that would be able to answer I think your question's a lot better than I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Oh.
I do see one hand.
Yeah.
Representative Perez. I'm working on peripheral vision.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't have a question, but I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for introducing this bill, because this bill would affect a lot of people in my community, especially the underrepresented communities. That affects a lot of the families when immigration cases happen, or when anything like that happens. Most of the time, relatives or someone else take over the kids. And thank you for introducing this bill from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative.
And thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We're going for the hat trick.
Okay,
You know what that is
I'll
now.
leave that up to you.
Okay.
And your
Chair recognizes Representative David Rochefort from Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Rochefort. I'm from Littleton. I represent Grafton 1. I'm here to voice my support here for Senate Bill 172 and just relay some personal experience that we've had in our family. In 2019, a friend of my daughter's, my oldest daughter's, was going through a tough time in her home. And it got to a point where her mom here in Littleton was not able to take care of her anymore. And she was placed with her biological father in Maine. And that lasted for not very long, a couple of months. And it was clear to everyone around that that situation in Maine was not ideal for her. She was not thriving. She was a senior in high school, actually a junior in high school at that time. She was struggling with new school, new friends, new home, new scenarios, and the situation was just not ideal. So, you know, when doors open for you, you tend to look at them and try to recognize them and walk through them. So it came to a point where she needed to be home in Littleton, but the situation that she would have gone into was not ideal, and she probably would not have been permitted to be in that situation. So at the time, my wife and I, we went through the court system and got guardianship of this young woman, and we knew that it was going to be for a temporary time, but it was going to be able to provide her with some stability where she could continue to be with her friends in her school, in her community that she had known from the get-go. So it was then that our family really started getting a taste for what that meant, what the guardianship was, and we realized that there are things that are covered. You know, we were able to get her Medicaid benefits, and we were able to make sure that she could continue to see her primary care physician while she lived with us. But the little things that make a big difference in these kids' lives, going to the prom, going to get your hair done. She was seeing physicians for various things, and some of the things that are not covered would have been covered. Now, for us, it was one child that was for a very short period of time, but this would really speak to the folks and help the people that you're going to hear from in a little bit that have responded to the things in our society that are big issues. We debate these issues in Representatives Hall all the time, but it's the people that are rolling up their sleeves and getting their hands dirty in the communities this bill is going to help. So I just came to voice my support for this, urge you to support this. If you look at the fiscal note and the funding, it's not something that's going to be burdensome to us, but it will pay off in dividends to our communities and to the parts of the communities that are really suffering in the situations that our society is facing. So thank you, and hopefully we can get that hat trick.
Thank you, Representative Rochefort.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Karen Hebert from DHHS.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Hebert. I am the Director for the Division of Economic Stability for the Department of Health and Human Services. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for any questions you may have about the TANF program in general, be able to answer. But the department does support this bill. We do recognize the need to be able to support this population of people. Family dynamics in the country really are changing. So we want our environment to be able to change with that. And there is a tremendous need. We hear story after story about individuals who are taking care of children who they're not related to. So we wanted to act on this and take steps in order to be able to help those particular individuals to help these kids. So more individuals end up taking, maybe it's a friend or a neighbor of somebody who has a child that has this kind of need. We're hearing more of an increase of these situations. So the department really would like to be able to respond and support these families. The other aspect of that is preventative, from being a part of the child welfare system or becoming part of the child welfare system, which Attorney Margison could certainly speak to better than I can. But there is a preventative factor here that I think is really important to make a note of. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions for Ms. Hebert, Representative Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I noticed in here, there's no income qualifiers. Is that the case? In TANF, there's not gonna be, so I take in a grandchild, I'm doing okay. There's no income qualifiers. I could still qualify for what this bill will qualify for.
Correct.
Is
That's
that the
my
case?
understanding.
It is
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the same line here, I think. My concern is, once you've had this guardianship granted to you, and you would like to get some money to help defray costs, would you not first have to look into child support from the natural parents?
That is absolutely an option and actually a requirement of the TANF program, that if you are a recipient of TANF, you're required to cooperate with the Bureau of Child Support Services in order for them to pursue child support against the parents of that child. So yes, that there are exceptions to that, but generally speaking, yes, they would need to then cooperate with the department to pursue child support if they aren't already.
Okay, thank you.
We were told that the funding is federal. Is that in perpetuity, or is this like a 3-year grant and then we need to pick it up?
No, this is permanent. This
As
is,
much as we
yes.
can count on Washington's permanency.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So currently, TANF is capped at how many years, like an individual or family can have TANF for themselves. Is there a limit for years for this program? So if someone were to, for example, take custody or guardianship of a young child, would they have support throughout the child's lifetime?
Thank you for the question. And I'm going to defer to our subject matter expert, Ms. McKinley, to help answer that question from the department. Thanks.
So as far as timeframes for this program specifically, there is not a time frame. So if it's regular TANF, it's a 5-year limit, but for the program that they would fall under, it would be no limit. Or until the child turns 18.
Any further questions for Ms. Hebert? Seeing none, the chair next calls on, you know what I'm going to do. Colleen McKinley. My timing was just off.
I actually just put my name on there just to be available for any questions when it comes to the TANF program and what we're offering for this bill.
Any Representative McMahon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McKinley, just a clarification on the statement you just made, relative to 18 being the TANF funding limit.
Yep.
If it's a handicapped individual, would that go to 21?
So it actually goes up to the age of 20 if an individual is still in high school. It doesn't go based upon disability.
But now we know it's, if you're in high school, it's to age 20.
Yep, full time.
All right, thank you very much.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to define more to me, this goes on for the life, till the child turns 18 or what have you. And it's defined, it's segregated by allowing court-appointed guardians. So it's court-appointed guardians that could receive this TANF benefit for as long as they need it. Is that the case?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Since I got for Christmas a book of all the laws that have to do with, anyway, I just read it and I see that the only change to 167.6V is putting in or a court-appointed guardian. So everything else has been humming along real happy since whenever, and this is the only change, right?
Correct.
Good.
Correct.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, but don't go far.
Okay, well,
All right, you may sit down. Chair recognizes David Miller. Mr. Miller, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is David Miller. I am a court-appointed guardian. 4.5 years ago, we took in 3 children that were the niece and nephews of one of our biological son's girlfriends. And we had never met them before. The parents had ongoing drug problems. And in fact, just last week, we had a hearing to terminate their parental rights. And we're not related, we don't qualify for any of the benefits. And having 3 children, they're currently 8, 13, and 16. As I said, 4.5 years we've had them, and the grocery bill went up substantially. The price of oil, gasoline, they're all 3 in sports, so both in high school and AAU sports. So there's a lot of traveling involved with them all year long, and some nights during basketball season we're going 3 directions at once. So we just looking for a little help. We don't want someone else to raise them for us, because I think we're doing a pretty good job of that ourselves. But a little bit of help would go a long way for us.
Thank you, sir, for what you're doing. A question, Representative Grossman.
Not a question, but just
Statement,
a statement.
Which we're not supposed to do.
I know I'm not, but I
Do it
just
in
wanna-
German and I won't know. Yes, I will. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think you've come before our committee before. You look familiar, and I just want to thank you for being just amazing citizens in New Hampshire.
Well, I appreciate that. The children have enriched our lives as much as we've enriched theirs, I'm sure. So.
Representative Gregg.
I'll do my best to make it a question, but
Would
would
you
you believe
believe?
we don't hear great cases like this very often, and you are so appreciated. And we're all here for the betterment of these kids, and thank goodness for you. We really appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're moving on. Any other questions for Ms. Miller? Thank you, sir, and thank
you
you
for
for
your
the
time.
work you're doing. Chair recognizes Liz Scruton from the New Hampshire Children's Trust.
Good morning. Oh my goodness. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. As Chairman said, I am Liz Scruton, and I'm a program director at New Hampshire Children's Trust. I'm here today to voice our strong support for Senate Bill 172 and to share insights gathered over the 3.5 years that we have been launching this statewide kinship navigation program. Rooted within the network of New Hampshire's Family Resource Centers, the Kinship Navigation Program provides an array of supports to kinship families regardless of child welfare involvement. It doesn't matter what their relationship is, the legal status of those families. The program is free, it's voluntary, and it aims to strengthen and sustain the well-being of kinship caregivers and the children in their care. This overall helps with reducing system barriers, economic stressors, and it increases the protective factors, which they alluded to earlier when they said those prevention strategies. So the decrease to placement disruptions for children in kinship care. Our FRCs around the state have offered such support to 755 families and 821 children that have been placed in their care over the course of the program. We know that a child's need for uninterrupted sense of love and belonging is a necessity for healthy development, and that a growing body of research indicates placement with kin can be the next best option a child has to safely remain in care of his or her biological parents. Many children, however, have bonds with individuals who are not related by birth or adoption or marriage, just as the case in the Millers. And they have those really strong relationships with them as well. These fictive kin can provide care and stability for a child when out-of-home placement is absolutely necessary. In 70% of kinship placements, the driving factor is substance use disorder in one or both of those parents. These kin or fictive kinship caregivers agree to take the child or children who cannot or should not remain, at least in the short term, in the care with their parents. In many cases, DCUAF also makes the determination that the placement with these kin or fictive kin families is in the best interest of the children or child, so these placements are court-ordered. We know that despite the prevalence that these care arrangements both inside and outside of the foster system have, there are many contexts in which the law does not recognize them in these relationships. In the best interest of the children, these kinship caregivers should have the same access to TANF as the biological parents. And this bill takes a really important step in acknowledging and supporting both kinship and fictive caregivers. The effort to expand TANF eligibility to court-appointed guardians, including the fictive kin, demonstrates New Hampshire's commitment to the health and well-being of our most vulnerable children, and we do urge the passage of this important measure. Thank you so much for having us.
Will you take questions?
I can try, and I have my subject experts behind me if I need them.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I hope this is an easy one for you. How many fictive and kinship care families do we currently have?
Sure. So this is out of a percentage taken within the last 3-year span. It's about 6.5%. So I don't have a whole number for you, but of 100% of those families served in an FRC capacity. So these are just at the Family Resource Centers. 6.5% are fictive kin families.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you. I too want to express my pleasure at being able to hopefully assist families that do this. This goes above and beyond. It takes a village to raise a child. These people are really putting themselves out there, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm going to ask a would you believe question. Would you believe the fount of all wisdom here, Dr. Google, says that not recognizing fictive kin relationships harms children.
100%.
So this one gets a vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a great word, fictive. Chair recognizes Patty Stolt. Is it Stolt or Stolte?
Stolte.
Stolte, yes.
Good afternoon.
From FRC. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's Family Council?
No.
No.
Sorry.
Federal
I just don't like writing forms.
Rehabilitation Committee. What is it?
It is the Family Resource Center at Gorham.
Got it.
My name is Patty Stolte, and thank you for listening to me. I am here because I am the executive director at the Family Resource Center in Gorham, or at Gorham, that covers northern New Hampshire. And I am also a parent of 2 children that are non-related to me that I've raised, one since she was 2 and the other since he was 5. and they are adults thriving in our local communities, and I'm very, very proud. And I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Miller said, which is they have given me far more than I have given them. And there have been times when I've really struggled financially, so I understand that. But when people are willing to step up, and more substance misuse is really seeping into our communities and causing havoc. I don't need to tell you that. And quite simply, I just want to say, these families that are willing to step up really do need the support. And again, you know, I never want to put a burden on our state that isn't going to be really productive. And this is a very productive investment in our families and in these and our children, because our children deserve this. I want to say it's a no-brainer, but that's how I feel. We see it time and time again, and we see the outcomes. We know the Millers very well. Their children are just amazed at what love these two people give them, and it's a really beautiful thing. So from the heart side, I just want to say, please give this, I urge you to consider the importance of this bill. Any questions?
Any questions?
The weather up north is very nice.
Littleton. I grew up thinking that was west of Boston on Route 2. Okay. And the chair now recognizes Tina Miller. From Littleton.
From Littleton.
Which is up north.
That is north.
Actually, yeah.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm Tina Miller from Littleton, and we are court-appointed guardians for 3 of the kids that we took 4.5 years ago. And, you know, at that point in time in our life, we were empty nesters. We were getting ready to travel the world. The only way we travel now is with basketballs and soccer cleats and smelly shoes, you know. But we wouldn't change it. These kids have, you know, they've done a lot for us, and they thank us every day, every time, every meal that we feed them, every single one of them. Thank you for the food. Thank you. We're out to dinner and they'll say, thank you for giving us food. And it's like, what they grew up on was Cumby's Pizza. When we were going out to dinner one night, they were very upset that they weren't having Cumby's Pizza, because that was the drug stop that they used to make. They didn't know any different. And, you know, the oldest boy just got his braces off a month ago. What did he do a couple weekends ago? Threw his retainers in the trash at the mall. I'm like, really? So there was $750 on last Friday we had to dish out. And now we've got AAU this week. That's $1,200 that we have to somehow find for him, because he's good. He's a good basketball player, and this is what he wants to do with his life. He wants to play basketball. We're looking at colleges. You know, he deserves a chance at life too. And basketball sneakers are expensive. You're looking at $200-300 a pop for good basketball sneakers, and he goes through at least 2 pairs a year. And then his sister's coming up, who I just had to order cleats not last night. No, it was last night. You know, because softball started, and now we need bats. And I told her we're not getting a bat, you know. And then the little guy pops up. Well, I need a bat too. And I said, but he says my cleats were cheaper because we went to the consignment store for $10 and bought ours. I'm like, you're right. You know, it's just the little things. If we could get a little bit of help, groceries, $350 a week, easily, and that's on a low week. You know, we both work 2 jobs so that we can afford these kids. We didn't have to work 2 jobs. I had a home daycare for 22 years, but we ran out of room in the house. I had to give that up and go out to work. And he's working 2 jobs. I work 2 jobs. A little bit of help when we had the pandemic card, the EBT card, that was so helpful. We didn't have to worry, you know, we've got enough money for extra food. You know, it's the little things. We're not asking for $1 million. It's a little bit of help with clothes or food. So
Thank you
that's all.
so
Thank you.
much. And on one condition, you tell your oldest son that when he signs his pro basketball career, you get 1/10 of that contract.
That's right. He knows
All right.
that. He had his first little fan this year that we had to sign an autograph picture for. Yep. So,
Thank you so
Yeah,
much for
thank you.
testifying. And Beth Margison from DCYF. Did I get it right this time? Beth, I got that right. And Margison, I got it right finally. It takes me a while with names to get them right.
Well, also, as Representative Petrino pointed out, I don't really write very clearly on my pink
You,
cards.
you nailed this one, though. Thank
I
you.
did because he told me to do that on the elevator on the way up. And also, I was admiring Representative Panic's gorgeous handwriting. And so, inspired by her, I tried very hard to make sure that I wrote very clearly. So, anyway, a little hard to follow the Millers, but I will try. Beth Margison, DCYF General Counsel, Legislative Liaison. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and all the members of the committee. DCYF obviously supports this bill very strongly. It is part of our initiative to keep children with people they know in their communities and out of our system, and providing financial support to those who are loving enough to take them on is something that we wholeheartedly support. And I'll take any questions if you have them.
How do you follow the Miller's tale, right?
Yeah, I'm just hoping I can get off quickly.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to be clear on, because I don't see it in here, that it's any court-appointed guardian. So whether you're a relative or not, you qualify.
Yes, that is correct. You do
Okay.
not have to be a relative to become a guardian.
Okay. And also the length of TANF. This is for the youth of the child.
I
Right.
will defer to TANF because I'm not a TANF
okay.
expert, but they said up until the child is 18
All right, and how is that
or 20.
defined? How is that defined in here? Yeah, how do we know that this is not the regular 5-year TANF?
The existing statute.
Here, why don't you come?
Okay, pull a chair up, please. All right, we can work this.
Sorry. So there are different rules when it comes to TANF and where they fall. Sorry. There are different rules when it comes to TANF and where they fall in the program that they fall in. So the program that they would fall in when it comes to, the bill that you're looking at is redefining specified relative. So a relative, when they apply for TANF, is eligible for what's called FAP cash, which is TANF, but it is a program that is for individuals who are relatives who are caring for another relative, so not a parent. So those 5-year laws and rules are for a different kind of TANF. So the bill that you're looking at is the specified relative piece or the caretaker relative part, which falls under TANF under the FAP program. So that's why when you're looking at the bill, it's very specific to relatives who receive TANF and not parents who receive TANF.
Okay, that defines it. Thank you.
Any other questions for the assembled panel? Representative McMahon.
Yes, Ms. Margis, and then also Madam Attorney next to you there. Just to clarify, does this require, reading the bill and they implied that there would be no problem with this, but does it require a CMS appeal?
We'll have to defer to you on that.
No.
Okay, and just to follow up,
Follow up.
and just going back to my years of doing this through Health and Human Services was, since there's an additional spending component, it does not require that adjustment of the split between federal and state to have an appeal process that could get in the way of this being effectuated immediately. I mean, within the context of timing.
So can you just say that? Sorry, can you say it one more time? Just what you just said. Sorry.
I'll put it in different ways. Who's got the money?
So it's not a new program. It's part of the program that already exists. And so for
Yeah.
that group, again, for relatives who care for their grandchildren or their nephew or niece, that funding is 100% federally funded. So that's why all we're doing is changing the terminology of who is allowed to be a specified relative, which now includes a court-appointed guardian. So that's why the funding, we're not asking for a different kind of funding source or changing TANF per se as adding a different program. We're just redefining who we are saying are caretaker relatives.
One other follow-up, Mr.
Follow-up?
Chairman. Just going from the fiscal note where it's referring to 2.1 million. That money, and I'm obviously for this, it's just going back when dealing with disability issues and the funding and in-home care, that a faceless bureaucrat from Washington will not get in the way of this moving forward. So your guidance is, in that regard, no concern in that?
I do not believe so, no.
You do not believe so, or do you actually stand behind your words?
Ooh, I can
will
parse
defer
that
to
one.
Karen Hebert.
Yeah, I'm hoping to avoid an appeal.
We can
later
get a
on.
bench.
Thank you for your question. I believe that what you're referring to may be with respect to the TANF reauthorization by Congress, and there's no information available that would indicate that they would not be reauthorized. But I think that we're all subjected to, the entire TANF program would be subjected to that.
Right, and I'll just close with one more, Mr. Chairman.
Bring it home.
Thank you for your continued support.
Indeed, sir.
Knowing what the Millers have just spoke of, and I would not want them to be disappointed in the expectation of helping with their funding, is there anything further you would recommend that we could do as legislators in whatever way you would seem appropriate to ensure that this does happen? And by happen, that if it's going to happen, when is this fully in black letter law that the money comes to New Hampshire?
Sure. So it's in the budget. And within the budget as well, we have asked for an increase to the maintenance of effort for that particular budget. So in order to receive $32 million in federal funding to support the TANF program, actually 38 million, excuse me, we have to come up with 32 million in maintenance of effort, which is general funds, and expend that. So because of concerns in the budget, in order to meet that requirement, we have asked for, right now in HB2, it reads $2.5 million to include in the maintenance of effort to ensure that we do receive these federal funds. So I think I would just ask that for that kind of support when the budget goes through its process.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Any other questions for the distinguished panel? Thank you, distinguished panel.
Thank you very much.
And with that, I close the hearing on Senate Bill 172. And in consultation with my vice chair ranking member, I would like to ask, you think we ought to go forward with this about right now and give the senator the hat trick? I agree. Okay. Open the exec session on Senate Bill 172. Just a reminder that whoever makes the motion writes the blurb, and I will expect you to use the word fictive at least once in your report. So, with that in mind, who would like to move this bill?
You've just made that very unattractive, but I'll do it.
You can reference the Miller's Tale if you wish. It's from Chaucer, but that's bonus points.
All right, so I'll move ought to pass on this bill.
OTP by Representative Raymond. And who would like to second it? Who hasn't? Representative Seidel from either the other side of the playground or the other playground, depending on who you speak to, is second. So everybody in the room, it looks it. The motion before us is ought to pass, moved by Representative Raymond and seconded by Representative Seidel, allowing court-appointed guardians to receive temporary assistance to needy families benefits. That is the motion before us, and when the clerk is ready, please call the roll.
Chairman
Yes.
Pearson. Vice Chairman Long.
Yes.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Bickford.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Ball. Yes. Representative Panic.
Yes.
Representative Seidel.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque is not in. Representative Petrino.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Gregg.
Yes.
Representative Moulton is not in. Representative Raymond.
Yes.
That would be 14 yeas and 2 absents.
14 to 0, the bill passes. Any objection to consent calendar? Of course not, we all voted for it. What's that? It has a fiscal note, but is that New Hampshire money in the fiscal note or Fed? I'm going to go for consent. They can always say no. I'm not going to say no for them. Okay, but good point. Good observation. And this ends the exec session on Senate Bill 172. And I think we have one more report. I have seen mine, obviously, Representative Panics. There's one more due from, what's that? Grossman. Yeah.
Yes, I'll get it for you.
So we have just a little bit less than 45 minutes before the Judiciary Committee joins us and a bunch of judges and for our continuing education session. Learn the word fictive committee. It's a good word.
Yeah, we couldn't get the Miller's retroactive. Wouldn't you love that?
I'd like to call to order this continuing education event for the Children and Family Law Committee and the Judiciary Committee. We found that some of the bills that have come before us having to do with the law or the Judiciary Committee were not ready for prime time. Sometimes there were misuses of legal terms. Sometimes the rules of criminal court were assumed to be the same as the rules for civil court and so on. And I got to thinking, if we had a continuing education event and brought senior judiciary people to us, they could make a presentation to us and we would learn some more things about the law. So next time our bills would have a greater chance of being heard and not either killed or retained. Here's the format for how we're going to be working today. The judiciary folks will introduce themselves and make a presentation. If along the way you have a question, you will go over to the table where the committee researcher is waving cards at you, and her hand too. And you will fill out the question on the card. We will not take questions from the audience in a direct verbal way. You'll fill the cards out and there's a box where you'll put them in. Somewhere along the line, Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Lynn will pick up a pile of those cards and sort them by type, because many of the questions will be similar to other questions. So we'll group them, or he'll group them, so that we can ask one composite question. It's not proper to raise a question about a particular court case. First of all, because that is considered unethical in a case like we're in today. Secondly, the justices may not be familiar with it. And thirdly, we're not looking at particular cases. We're looking at process. What is the process? Is it being followed? Should there be a different process? What is the procedure? Those are the kinds of broad questions that can be put to the justices. Now, in a meeting with Chairman Lynn and the justices, I came to the belief that they are coming both to explain but also to listen. And there will be some things where I know I'll learn a lot. I made assumptions that were incorrect. But they're also going to hear some of the many concerns that people have raised. And until they prove to me otherwise, I think they're going to do something about it. And as I told them, those are the nice carrots. The stick I have in my back pocket is several retained bills that are really trying to straighten out judiciary. So I've got that stick. I don't think I'll need it, but I got it. So now that I've pretty well alienated everybody in the room, I will call upon the Chief Justice. Sir, if you would introduce yourself and your colleagues.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, and members of both committees. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. With me today is the administrator of the Circuit Court, David King, Judge David King, and to my right is Judge Michael Garner, who is a circuit judge sitting in Laconia, New Hampshire, and he previously served as a marital master. If I just can dive in, Mr. Chairman.
Please do, sir.
And you're quite correct. We had the honor of meeting with both of the chairs, and we wanted this opportunity to come and brief you on some basics about the judiciary, also give you a briefing on something called the weighted caseload study, which is a evidence-based analysis of the resources that our judiciary needs in New Hampshire. And then Judge King is prepared to give the committees some statistics relating to the family division. And Judge Gardner, who is very well versed in this area of the law and the procedures, prepared to help the committee and members of the public with questions relating to that. So we are very grateful for the opportunity. I do want to reiterate what the chair said. We want to hear comments. We want to hear feedback. As public officials, that's our duty. And if we can do better, we want to do better. And it is in that spirit that we are here. I do have slides, and I've distributed, I think every member of the committees has them. So I've covered slide 2.
Chief, would it be possible if we have some left over, we keep a few for committee members who aren't here, but those particularly in the audience who are House members and bill writers might have access, and maybe the way they're distributed, people could look on with one another. Thank you, sir.
Okay, slide number 3 is our mission, and it is something that we take very, very seriously, and we try to live by every day. And that goes through for not just the judges, but our 800 employees in the judicial branch. The next slide just gives you a visual overview of the judicial branch. We're comprised of 2 trial courts, the Circuit Court and the Superior Court, 1 appellate court, the Supreme Court, and 1 office that provides administrative support for the judiciary. It's called the Administrative Office of the Courts. And I'm going to detail, or Judge King and I will detail each one of these courts just to level set everyone. And I recognize in advance that for many of you, this is, you're well versed in this, but I want to just make sure we're all on the same page. Circuit Court, Judge King.
Thank you, Chief. So I'm on slide 6, and by way of review for some of you and maybe new for others, the Circuit Court was created with an effective date of July 1st, 2011 by this body. It's a legislatively created court. And at the time, we were under some fairly, the state of New Hampshire, were under some fairly tight budget times, and we were asked to get creative and see if there are ways that we could create efficiencies for the state in the court system. And what we did at the time was we took 3 limited jurisdiction courts. We took the district court, the probate court, where I came from, and the family division, and we collapsed them into 1 court, and we called it the Circuit Court. We just kind of pulled that name out of the air. I said we called it the Circuit Court because Supreme Court was already taken, so we needed to come up with something. So we called it the Circuit Court, and the bill was introduced in January of 2011, and I think Governor Lynch signed it in mid-May. It was one of the biggest changes in the court system since the consolidation in 1983, which was House Bill 200 back then. I was a member of House Judiciary in the 83-84 session, which I was shocked to do the math today. It was 40 years ago. But when we created the Circuit Court, it was House Bill 609, and we had asked the legislature for 10 years to implement it so that we could do the restructuring by attrition, and we were told that we had to implement it by July 1st. So we did. We went from 115 clerks and deputies across those 3 courts down to 52 clerks and deputies. We brought all those folks into a room and we said, we're going to post 52 jobs. You're all free to apply, but basically half of you are going to lose your jobs. And it was probably one of the most difficult things I've done in court administration. And at the time we had 45 full-time judicial officers on the bench across those 3 courts, which included 13 marital masters. And today, there's only one of those left, and it's me. The rest are, the other 44 judges and masters have retired. Some masters are now judges, like Judge Garner. Some part-time judges have become full-time judges, but of those 45 judicial officers, 44 are no longer on the bench. Slide 7, it was no mystery to the creation of this. We created 10 circuits, and each county was a circuit, and we wanted to try to change as little as possible to try to get this through the legislature as seamlessly as we could. So we have 34 circuit court locations around the state. They're all depicted on this map. We have 10 probate divisions. Those were where the probate courts were originally established in the county seats. And now we have a district division and a family division in all of the other 31 locations. Since we created the circuit court, we've closed Plastow, which was a really small court down in the lower part of the state. Slide 8 gives you what we're using as an annual circuit court case volume. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic and a pretty significant reduction in many different case types. We have used the average of fiscal years 17, 18, and 19, but using those years, the circuit court case volume is over 126,000 cases a year. In addition to that, we have a number of cases that are reopened, and just in the divorce parenting world, that's another 3,700 to 5,400 cases a year that get added to our dockets. On the next slide, we show the number of circuit court judges, and the chief will explain the weighted caseload study. But currently, as of today, we have 41 full-time judges on the bench. We have 1 full-time vacancy, and we actually have 5 part-time judges because Judge Maloney just turned 70 and she's now a referee. In addition to that, we have 4 senior active judges that we use from time to time who can work part-time. Those are judges who have retired but are still under the age of 70. We have 1 marital master who is retired who still sits occasionally, and we have 12 retired judges who are over the age of 70 that we still need in order to try to meet the caseload that we have because we just don't have enough judges. So 12 judges over age 70 who are regularly hearing cases as senior referees, and everything that they do has to be co-signed by a judge. So it's not a real efficient use. But we schedule in the circuit court by judge days. So if you take those 126,000 cases using the weighted caseload, that translates to 16,352 judge days that we need to move the volume of cases that we have. For this year, calendar year 2023, when we put the judicial schedule together, we were able to cobble together 10,518 days. So that's all of the full-time judges. That's the part-time judges. We have 5 part-time judges. They sit anywhere from a handful of days up to a couple hundred days. They tell us how many they're willing to do, and we try to add a few more to that. And then we take the senior active judges and the referees who are over 70, and that all of those all in added up to 10,518 days. So you can see we're thousands of days short of scheduling what we need to be able to move those cases.
Our other trial court is the Superior Court. If you go to page 11, it's a brief description of the jurisdiction of the Superior Court. It is our court of general jurisdiction. It is the only court in our state which conducts jury trials. It has jurisdiction over all felony crimes and all civil matters over $25,000. So a very wide range of jurisdiction. On the next slide, you will see what I'm sure is very familiar. We have 11 Superior Court locations in New Hampshire, 1 in each county, 2 in Hillsborough, in Manchester, in Nashua. On slide 13, you will see the analog to what you saw on slide 8 with the Circuit Court. About 18,000 cases in Superior Court over the same period of time that Judge King described, and you can see the breakdown in the graphic. The largest cohort of cases are criminal cases. The next slide, you will see our head count in Superior Court. It has remained unchanged since at least 2011. We have 21 authorized judges and 1 Chief Justice. Currently, we are fully accounted for in terms of judges, no vacancies at the moment. So those are our 2 trial courts. We have 1 appellate court in New Hampshire, that is the Supreme Court. Supreme Court sits here in Concord. And on page 16, you will see the justices of the Supreme Court. There are 4 associate justices and 1 chief justice. In addition to our duties as appellate judges, we serve as leaders of the judicial branch, and the Chief Justice in particular has administrative responsibilities for the judicial branch. Our duties include overseeing issues such as attorney discipline, attorney admissions, liaison with the New Hampshire Bar Association, and development of court rules. On the next slide, slide 17, you will see our breakdown of cases. It's about 625, 650 cases a year. Of that, about 125 to 150 receive full-blown oral arguments and decisions that are reported in the New Hampshire reports. I just came from a day of oral argument. To be over here, we hold them about 4 to 6 times a month. The rest of our cases are all handled. There are 5 sets of eyes on every single case that runs through our court. They're just disposed of in various different ways, including by orders and so on. On the next slide, we are supported by the Administrative Office of the courts. About 55 people who work there. Their location is over at 1 Granite Place. And they provide support in terms of information technology, human resources, legal, government relations, our back office support. And it's a fairly complex organization. As you've seen in our slides, we have over 40 locations around New Hampshire and about 800 employees. So let's begin the discussion of what is called the weighted caseload study. And if you turn to page or slide 20, two legislatures ago, Judge King can correct me, this legislature authorized appropriated funds for us to undertake a weighted caseload study. A weighted caseload study is an evidence-based analysis of how many resources we need in terms of judges and case processing staff given our caseload. And a weighted caseload study is in contrast to other ways that policymakers may decide how to assign judicial resources. But we feel this is the best, most reliable, evidence-based means to do it. And our feeling is backed up by legislation, which was enacted in 2005, by which this legislature endorsed a weighted caseload study. One was conducted in 2005, and then one was conducted last year in 2022. Slide 21 talks about other methods that may be employed to determine how many judges and court staff we need. Population-based formulas based purely on the number of cases. But again, in 490F:11, this legislature has endorsed a weighted caseload study. On slide 22, the basic methodology, the basic approach is to take the number of cases, determine a case weight, and then determine how many resources measured in court personnel and judges are needed to meet our workload. On slide 23, this is the history of our weighted caseload study in New Hampshire. As I mentioned, one was conducted in 2005. At the time, the trial courts had 482 positions. In 2022, when we conducted this study, there were 514 positions. To do this study, on next slide, slide 24, we retained the services of the National Center for State Courts. The National Center for State Courts is an extraordinary resource which serves all state and territorial courts in our country, and they have substantial experience and expertise in assisting jurisdictions in doing weighted caseload studies, both for judges and staff. So we retained them to assist us with the study. On the next slide, slide 25, you will see a basic methodology or calculation for how a weighted caseload is determined for one of our case types. Small claims are heard in the circuit court, and you can see that if you look at the chart on the right-hand side of slide 25, During our survey period, which was 6 weeks at the beginning of last year, judges recorded and court processing staff recorded 22,324 minutes to that they worked on small claims cases. There were 29 days of collection during this period. You divide those two numbers and then multiply it by the number of judicial working days, and you have the statewide annualized minutes for small claims cases. Then you divide that by the number of court filings for small claims, and you see that the case weight for this case type is 12.38 minutes, which means on average, a judge spends 12.38 minutes on a small claims case. Now, as my colleagues will explain, that's an average. I mean, some are less, some are more. Small claims cases can, if they're settled, no time is needed or recorded, but that's the average. And this slide is simply to demonstrate how we come up with a weighted case number. We needed data for each one of our case types, and our staff and judges recorded the data, as I said, for 29 days at the beginning of last year. And it was that time that was the essential data point that helped us build our conclusions and led to our conclusions. On slide 27, you will see our baseline staff for the weighted caseload study at the time it was conducted, broken down by judicial officers and various categories of staff. On the circuit court side, you will see that there are 44.32 judicial officers included in the study at the time. I just want you to footnote that because we'll come back to it and explain that number a little bit more in the context of our conclusions. On the next slide, you will see that we had extraordinary participation and therefore highly reliable data. We had 100% participation by our judges and our staff over 29 days. So in addition to performing their day-to-day functions in serving the people of our state in our court system, they were recording the time on each one of the case types they were working on. On slide 29, we summarize the results. The National Center found that we needed 563.77 judicial officers and staff to process cases in both of our trial courts. And that's about 50 more positions than in our current budget. And of those broken down, the circuit court needs were identified as an additional 37 positions, in Superior Court an additional 12 positions, both judges and staff. I want to, if we could just go out of order, skip to slide 31. In addition, the study tried to capture a very important data source, which is the reality in both of our trial courts is that clerks, deputy clerks, and other managers are actually doing the work of our court assistants, our case processing staff. And you can see that across both trial courts, that work that's impounded in our clerks and our deputy clerks that should be with court processing staff amounts to 57.3 positions in both of our trial courts, broken down by about 40 in the circuit court and 17.5 in the Superior Court. So in addition to the numbers that we saw on page 29, these are also the reality of what we're dealing with. We have clerks and deputy clerks who are doing case processing work, and that's a key data point that we're able to capture. On page 30, this summarizes the basic conclusions of the National Center's work for us, which in the circuit court, in terms of judges, we require 21.35 additional judges, but I want you to footnote that. We'll come back to it, and you can see the breakdown among staff. In Superior Court, 3.5 new judges, and for the most part, additional staff is needed. It's broken down on page 30. So page 32, I'm going to ask Judge King to explain this. Page 32 level sets the number of judges that the National Center identified with the reality of judicial resources available to us, because the National Center did not capture the work of some of our per diem judges. And this chart explains that.
So this page actually shows what we had available to us during that 6-week period of data collection on the ground in the circuit court. So we had, at that time, 40 full-time judges. We still had 1 marital master. We had a full-time child support referee, which was counted as a judge, a part-time child support referee, and then we had 2, we now have 1 holdover salaried district court judges. So these were judges that were appointed before the circuit court was created, were appointed to a specific court, for example, the Portsmouth District Court. They are still considered a salaried judge, and they receive the salary by statute for that court to which they were appointed until they retire or they turn 70. That's just unless they become a full-time judge. So it's a little bit of a one-off for us. We have to take the weighted caseload for that court and then do the math, and that's how their salaries are calculated. And then there were adjustments made to that for, there were 2 authorized full-time judges in addition to that. 1 marital master had retired, and 1 of the 2 salaried judges had retired. And we added a full-time probate referee just about exactly when we were doing the study, which was authorized by the legislature to be able to process our electronically filed estates, thereby kind of freeing up a judge from doing that work. And if you get to the bottom line, the total shortfall is 17.32.
So on slide 30, the National Center had identified 21.35 additional judges. Once you true it up, the real number, as Judge King just explained, the number is 17.32 additional judges needed. That is the bottom line of the study in the circuit court. 3.5 judges in the Superior Court. And now I'm going to ask both of my colleagues if they want to explain what the consequences of not having an adequate number of judges and court processing staff are in terms of the reality of the caseload in circuit court and basically how cases are triaged.
Yeah, so I'll take a stab at that, Chief. As I said earlier in my comments, the weighted caseload calls for 16,352 judge days for 2023 to move the number of cases, and we can break that down by case type, but there are a lot of cases that this legislature has told us have to be resolved in certain timeframes. So our landlord-tenant cases, our abuse neglect cases, our juvenile delinquency cases, some guardianship cases, civil protection orders, CHINs, termination of parental rights, that's a big chunk of what we do. And even during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were required by statute to get those cases resolved in the timeframes that you set for us. And we were able to do that. We didn't miss a deadline. We had some exceptions for landlord-tenant by court rule. But there are a number of cases that there just are not enough judges on the bench to get to. And those are the cases that you're hearing from your constituents that aren't moving as quickly as they should. And we do not dispute that. They are absolutely right. There are criminal cases that involve non-incarcerated defendants that it's taking longer than we would like to get scheduled for trial. And certainly in the divorce parenting arena, we're not getting to those cases nearly as quickly as we would like. Those are the kinds of cases that don't have statutorily dictated deadlines. And so we triage the cases that we have to reach, and there's got to be some slippage somewhere, and it's primarily in non-incarcerated defendants, small claims and civil cases, and in the divorce parenting cases. In order to meet our deadlines, we would need the judges that the weighted caseload study says that we need. So I think I'm really proud that our judges are doing as well as they are doing. They work nights and weekends to try to stay on top of things, but there is definitely a gap, and we are not reaching the time to disposition in all of our cases in the fashion that we would like to. We're being perfectly upfront about that. We've talked to both chairmen about that, and it's not a mystery. Judge Garner can probably talk about how we triage in the family division.
So I was here a couple of months ago, I think, to be introduced to the Children and Family Law section. It's nice of you to have me back again. I'm glad to be back again. Just by way of introduction, I'm a circuit court judge. I've been a judge for about 7 years. I sit in Laconia almost all of the time. And I am, as a circuit court judge, trained to do all three of the divisions, probate, district, and family. As it happens, we have more work in the family division than in district. And so my week typically is 2 or 3 days of family division, maybe 1 or 2 days of district division, the occasional probate division assignment. My family days are typically either a full day contested one hearing case that's been pending for a while, or a list day, which is typically 30-minute hearings back-to-back beginning at 8:30 and ending at 4 o'clock with a lunch hour if I can conjure that up somewhere. Let me just add to what Judge King was saying in terms of our triaging on the micro level. We have divorce and parenting cases which have an enormous spectrum of complexity. Some of those cases are resolved virtually at the time that they're filed, and it's simply a question of reviewing the paperwork, making sure the forms are in order, and approving it, sending it out. Some of those are cases which begin in difficult ways and go through a series of hearings that may be prompted by emergency motions or other features unique to the case, may ultimately end up with full day or sometimes multi-day final hearings that involve multiple witnesses. There may be a guardian ad litem involved. There may be contested parenting issues, contested financial issues, alimony support, property distribution. All of that may be supported by exhibits, which in my recent experience tend to be expanding rather than contracting. And so those cases, those complex divorce and parenting cases are a little bit unpredictable. We don't know which cases are going to turn into that when they're first filed. We don't have much control over that. Our triage process, though, on the micro level on a daily basis is really threefold. We have emergency motions that are filed every day, again, unpredictably, either in divorce parenting cases when there's an emergency that prompts one party to come to court and ask for immediate orders, or in domestic violence petition sorts of cases. In Laconia, we get 350, more or less, domestic violence petitions every year. It's unpredictable for us when those cases are going to come in, although we, in experience, know that Friday afternoon and Monday mornings tend to be the times. But every day, we're going to get emergency motions that are filed. Those motions are reviewed by a judge every day. Not a single one of those cases comes in and lacks review by a judge and a decision by a judge whether to grant an emergency protective order or emergency relief. And from time to time, because our protocols allow and require for a hearing for the party who has been denied relief when they first come in, occasionally those motions and those filings result in the need for having a hearing that day. That's pretty rare, but it happens regularly enough that it's worth mentioning. So that's the overlay to our daily work. Otherwise, our daily work is managing the cases that have to be scheduled according to the statutory deadlines that Judge King mentioned. Those cases have to be scheduled, they have to be heard, and the orders have to be entered within the certain statutory deadlines. And behind those come our cases without statutory deadlines and of varying levels of complexity. So my day is going to be either one or the other, typically in family division. It's either a list day or a full day or more than one full day of final hearings. And in the middle, I'm going to get a sprinkle of emergency motions that are filed as the day goes by, and I have to carve out time to make orders on those cases. So our triage is basically emergency cases, cases that have statutory deadlines that may be creeping up on us, and the divorce and parenting cases that don't have statutory deadlines. And that's simply how we manage it day to day in the family division and to a lesser degree in the district division.
Thank you, Judge Garner. Even if our judicial headcount were where it needed to be in terms of the weighted caseload, we would not be adequately serving the citizens of New Hampshire, the people of New Hampshire, if we did not augment our court staff. And I'd like to have Judge King talk about the pressures that we are facing, like every other employer in our state, with respect to current vacancies and the effects that that has on our ability for the judges to do their jobs and for the people to receive the services that they expect from our judiciary.
So needless to say, during the pandemic, we averaged about 70 to 75% of our staff showing up on any given day. That was a tremendous pressure. Now that we're sort of on the backside of that, our biggest challenge is that we're just not competitive. The judicial branch is not competitive with starting wages. Our starting wage for a court assistant 2, which is an entry-level position, is around $15 an hour. After union dues, I think it's $14 and change. We currently, as of this morning, have 39 full-time vacant staff positions, most of which have been posted for an extended period of time. 3 just in the Concord Circuit Court, court assistant 3s, which are not entry levels. Those are the next step up that we just haven't even had any applications for. People aren't applying to work for us at those wages. So today we have 37 full-time vacant positions and 3 part-time vacant positions out of 359 total positions. So even at the positions that are authorized, notwithstanding that the weighted caseload study reflects that we need another 30 plus, we have more than 10% of our seats that are vacant, and absent some relief in the budget for our wage restructuring, they're going to continue to be vacant. And if we don't have staff to process the orders and get them out, it's one thing for a judge to hold a hearing, sign the order. You may see another 2 to 3 weeks before that order gets out the door because we don't have staff to process it. And I'm sure you've heard from constituents that that's the case, and that's our reality. And our staff work really, really hard, and we offer great benefits, but we're finding that the millennials don't care about health insurance because they're probably on their parents' health insurance, or they're not going to get sick anyway, so they don't need health insurance. They just want to know, what am I going to be paid an hour? And we have literally lost folks who have gone to Dunkin' Donuts and fast food restaurants because they pay more an hour. That's our reality.
So finally, slide 34 is a summary of part of our budget request that reflects what we learned from our evidence-based weighted caseload. As to judges, you will see that of the 17, you'll recall, judges that the study identified, we've requested 7, and in the Superior Court, of the 3.5 judges that were identified as needed, we've requested 1. In terms of court staff, 31 new clerical staff in the circuit court and 1 new clerk in the circuit court. And in the Superior Court, 4 new clerical staff and 1 new law clerk. So that is a summary of the weighted caseload study. I'm now going to ask Judge King to give a breakdown of some statistics relating to the family division.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the committees want to hear, so I'm happy to not do anything. I put together a few statistics that I thought you might find interesting. I've already mentioned the volume of cases, and those are in the slides. I want to make the point that I've already talked about the turnover in judges, but 25 of our full-time judges have been appointed since 2018. So more than half our bench has been on the bench less than 5 years. So these are judges that are still in the process of learning to be judges. Some of them have come to us as prosecutors. Some have come from various law practices, and they have to be trained, as Judge Garner said, to learn the breadth of the jurisdiction in the circuit court so that they're fungible and we can move them from location to location. The judges are often in the courtrooms kind of on their own in the circuit court. If you go to a superior court, you'll see a court monitor, which is the person who's with the judge responsible to make sure the record's running properly and has headphones on to make sure everything's functional. Our judges are often responsible for turning the recorders on and off, which are not located on the bench. They're somewhere else, or the court security officers turn them on or off. We don't have court monitors, and our judges don't have law clerks. So in the Superior Court and the Supreme Court, there are law clerks who are lawyers who assist with writing orders, doing research. Our judges are on their own to do that. We have 3 staff attorneys to service roughly 60 judicial officers in the circuit court, and so you can expect that they don't have a lot of time to be sitting in on hearings and helping to write orders. When the pandemic started and we moved to more remote hearings, our costs for telephone was going through the roof, and so we immediately began to track the number of hearings and the number of remote hearings, and I thought you might find this statistic interesting. Since mid-March of 2020, in the circuit court, as of the end of February, circuit court judges have conducted 469,532 hearings. Of those, 202,423 had at least one party who participated remotely, either by telephone or by video, so about 43%, but almost 470,000 hearings since March of 2020. Most of the folks who come to the circuit court don't have attorneys. We call them self-represented litigants. About 85% of parenting divorce cases have at least one unrepresented party. That has its own challenges. And of all of the appeals that the Supreme Court gets, about 30% of the total number come out of the family division. So it's a small number in terms of the gross number of cases, but a lot of those cases get appealed. And 40% or so of those are termination of parental rights cases. Judge Garner talked about some cases move quickly, some take longer. In 2014, we had some law students for the summer, and we wanted to try to see if we could come up with data points that were common across divorce parenting cases that caused them to be open longer than a year. So we looked at all of the cases that were disposed between January and December of 2014, which was 7,500 cases roughly. Of those cases, 50% closed within 3 months. So from the time the case was open to the time it closed, 3 months. 70% were closed within 6 months, 80% within 9 months, and 87% were closed within a year. And that's sort of our goal with a new divorce case, is from open to disposition is a year. We hope that more than 90% close within that time frame. Most cases get resolved fairly quickly in the family division. There are some that don't and that go on for years. There are some cases that have hundreds and hundreds of pleadings. Those are the cases that I think you've been hearing about, in some of those in your committees, and that's just the reality of the circuit court. It's not, one size doesn't fit all. So I think those are the numbers I wanted to talk about.
Mr. Chairman, to anticipate another area of interest based on our conversation, I know rules of evidence and evidentiary issues in family division has been a concern to the committee. So I would like to ask Judge Garner to discuss that if that's appropriate.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. We think in terms of admissibility of evidence, and really that just means what is the court allowed to consider, what is the court not going to consider in terms of being a gatekeeper for what we hope is going to be reliable evidence. The question of the rules of evidence in family division is, as I understand, the subject of some proposed legislation. So let me try to give you a background, and if you'll indulge me, I'll give you some perspective in terms of what the reasons might be that might cause you to think carefully about that sort of a proposal. Currently, the rules of evidence, and I brought my book with me, it's a desk copy that they give us, we all have it. As lawyers, we were trained in it from law school, and it is for those of us who hear a lot of district division cases, criminal cases particularly, everyone in Superior Court, they live by the rules of evidence. It's a daily thing for them. In family division, it's not so much that way. And particularly in domestic relations cases, which are divorce, parenting, support cases, paternity, and I can lump domestic violence cases in with that, the rules of evidence don't apply. And the authority for that is a series of Supreme Court decisions that actually go back at least 80 years. And so there's a culture that these sorts of cases do not receive the strict treatment of the rules of evidence in terms of the judge's decision whether to admit certain evidence or certain other kinds of evidence. We have discretion. The family division rules carry on that feature of our practice, that the rules of evidence don't strictly apply. But the family division rules, it's Rule 2.2, also provide that the trial judge in their discretion can utilize the rules of evidence in order to create an orderly, predictable, and fair kind of a proceeding. So that's available to us. In addition, the rules of evidence themselves carry a long list of exemptions under Rule 1101. And among those exemptions from the rules of evidence are domestic relations cases. So that's the current law. The rules of evidence don't apply. The court in some cases can use them, but I would suggest only consistent with an agreement if there are attorneys typically representing both sides, because the rules of evidence are complicated and their application is often highly technical and the results are not always intuitive. This makes them a challenge for folks who are representing themselves, and it makes it a challenge for folks who are represented by an attorney with a self-represented litigant on the other side. So the cases that tell us that the rules of evidence don't apply in these kinds of cases don't embellish much about the reasons why that should be, but I'll share with you my perspective based on my experience about what those reasons might be. First, the rules of evidence are really a tool for trial lawyers. They're a tool to create a reliable gatekeeping process so that the fact finder, typically a jury in those cases, have reliable evidence to consider and don't have unreliable evidence. Trial lawyers live by the rules of evidence. Judges in jury courts and judges in criminal cases, including judges in the district division and circuit court, apply the rules of evidence, have to be careful about them, and take that obligation very seriously. There are no juries in circuit court, and there are no juries in the family division in circuit court, and so at least that part of it isn't really necessary. Family division cases, and I'm thinking mostly now domestic relations, divorce and parenting cases, also have a couple of unique features that I think undermine the reason that might support applying the rules of evidence in a strict way. The first of these is that our court tries its best to make our process user-friendly for those who are coming to court for orders, and tries its best to make the process as non-adversarial as possible, partly because often these folks who are in front of the court on day one are going to have parenting responsibilities for children after the case is over, and we want to make sure that as difficult as that case is for them, we don't make it more difficult by imposing on them certain procedural strictures that they may be unable to meet and that may generate a result that at least they will feel at some level wasn't a fair result because of the application of these rules. Finally, divorce and parenting cases often obligate the court to take into account what's going to happen in the future. If we're going to create a property distribution or alimony or certainly parenting orders that are going to be in place from the time of the final decree on, we have to take a long view in terms of what's going to happen, what are the likelihoods, what are the parties' expectations. And planning for that sort of a thing really doesn't have much to do with what actually happened. The rules of evidence are designed to provide reliable evidence about what actually happened. And that certainly is part of what we have to do, but it's not the whole picture in these kinds of cases. We have to take into account some planning element for the future for these parties' lives that are being deconstructed and rearranged by this process. And the rules of evidence aren't necessarily helpful for that. We want to give the parties the opportunity to tell us what their concerns are, to develop a plan for the future, and to provide evidence that would support that plan. Not necessarily evidence that would be reliable to a fact finder, but evidence that would be reliable for someone who's planning the future of this family in one way or another.
Judge Gunham, excuse me for a minute. Being passed around is some cards for members of the two committees, if they have questions as well, for them to write them down. And then when you have, please send them back. And Chairman Lynn is sorting them by question type. Sorry, sir, carry on.
Wonderful, thank you. And I might add, too, that Richard has my email. So if you think of something after the hearing that you think I can weigh in on in terms of our practice or our challenges or a court process, please let him know. He'll send it on to me. I'll be more than happy to respond. Then there are some practical reasons, I think, that the imposition of the rules of evidence might be of some concern to those of us who hear these sorts of cases in family division. Particularly if you have a situation where one party is represented by counsel and the other party is not represented by counsel. The side that's represented is going to start out with some advantage there. If the rules of evidence are being applied, an attorney may well have an obligation to their client to try to take advantage of the rules of evidence to the extent possible. That's part of our adversarial system. And there's nothing wrong with that unless one party is so disadvantaged by their lack of knowledge about the rules or their lack of experience about the rules that they simply are a target for the imposition of the rules in a strict way. And requiring the rules to apply makes it difficult for the court to generate some kinds of information in that context. Further, in the situation where both parties are self-represented, and that's, I think, rough guess, more than 50% of our cases, divorce and parenting cases, involve folks who are representing themselves, each of them. Applying the rules of evidence to those sorts of cases creates what I think is likely an insurmountable challenge for them. And it also begs the question of who's going to be the gatekeeper there in a very practical way. If one party is testifying in a way or submitting evidence that is clearly contrary to the rules of evidence, the judge is faced with a choice. If the other party is not objecting, does the court weigh in and say you can't do that? That feels to the party, reasonably, feels to the party as though the court's simply not interested in listening to what they have to say or in considering their evidence. So there are sort of a myriad of practical problems that go along with that. As someone who is trained in the rules and who worked with the rules as an attorney doing trials, and as someone who still applies the rules in district division in criminal cases, I have tremendous respect for the rules of evidence, and I think there's a role for them. I'm concerned that the strict imposition of the rules of evidence may extend our cases, these sorts of cases in family division, may not really be a good fit for these sorts of cases in family division, and will create impediments and costs to the parties, both in terms of the time and in terms of some dissatisfaction with the result. If it appears to them that the result is based on a technical application, they're not going to be happy about the result. If it appears, and I think studies that we've learned about have shown this, if the parties feel as though the process is fair, they've been listened to, they've been understood, the court has taken into account their concerns and their own point of view, then the outcome is slightly less critical to them. It's the process itself that we're trying to make as fair as possible to these folks who are often representing themselves. And in my view, the marginal benefit of imposing the rules of evidence is probably outweighed in the long term by the difficulties that it creates for folks within that system and the difficulties it creates in achieving the goals that we'd like to try to meet. So that's my practical take. I want to clarify that I'm not speaking on behalf of the judicial branch. This is my read based on my experience.
Judge Gunner, Chairman Lynn has been sorting the cards by type, and I've asked him if he has cards on this particular issue of rules of evidence. This would be a good time to take questions on that subject you just spoke of.
Thank you. I might mention while he's sorting through those cards that if you have questions about the rules of evidence, generally and even specifically, I don't consider myself an expert in the rules of evidence by any means, but you have an expert sitting here in this room. And I suspect that Representative Lynn would be more than happy to sort of give you the practical impact of the rules of evidence at any level.
Well, thank you. I wonder how quickly I would be reversed, though. But so I guess I would, in trying to follow up on what you were just speaking of, Judge Garner. One questioner says, if the rules of evidence do not apply, then does the court rely on hearsay in its orders? And I wonder if you could maybe just elaborate on that a bit.
It's a complicated answer, and I don't like to say maybe, but if the rules of evidence don't apply, the court has discretion to determine what's relevant and to determine what's material and helpful to the court in making its decision. There are, and I should mention just by way of background, that hearsay is a vast part of the rules of evidence. So even applying the rules of evidence, there's some statements that are not hearsay because of the reason that they're offered. And there are a long list of exceptions to the rule against hearsay, which cover many of the kinds of evidence that people would submit that would be admissible even under the rules of evidence. I'll tell you what my personal take is when I have a hearsay objection. I'm going to be guided by the rules to begin with. If it's not hearsay, then I'm going to overrule the objection. If it is hearsay, I'll run through in my head what the exceptions might be. And if there are no exceptions that particularly cover it, I'll ask myself, what are the independent indicia of reliability about this particular piece of evidence, whether it's a statement or whether it's a document? Is there something about it, either the context or the content, or plugging it into that piece of the case that makes it reliable in a way that we wouldn't ordinarily rely on a blank statement? And if it is, then I'll probably let it in. So the answer is that hearsay, some kinds of hearsay, is admissible. It's admissible under the rules, under one of the exceptions. And I don't expect that the family division in these sorts of cases would disallow evidence that would come in under the rules. I think, if anything, we're going to expand a little bit beyond the rules to get information that we're greedy for, frankly, in looking to make good decisions and to help these folks with the rest of their lives. So that's my maybe answer.
Okay, thank you. Let me just address this to really any of you who may want to answer it. The question is, without rules of evidence, how do you address possible mental health concerns as related to the best interests of the child in making custody and or parenting time decisions?
Sure. I think actually there's some potential for the rules of evidence to be an impediment to that sort of an inquiry. Medical records, therapy or counseling records, those sorts of things are often the best evidence that might bear on that kind of a question. And the rules of evidence might sometimes exclude those because of the lack of a foundation or a lack of authentication. Whereas if the parties agree that a document is something that it is what it purports to be and it's relevant, then the court would typically take that into account and probably allow it to be marked and probably consider it. I should mention as a footnote, because we're talking about medical or counseling records, that the provisions of the rules of evidence that relate to privileges, attorney-client privilege, doctor-patient privilege, counselor-therapist privilege, those carry on, and those are applied even in the cases where the rules of evidence don't strictly apply. So there may be issues related to privilege that might keep something out of that nature, but the authentication issues were likely to get passed if the parties agree that the document is what it is.
This is a little bit different, but I think it generally goes to the sort of the issues of efficiency in the judicial branch, and and I'm sort of recasting the question, but this questioner raises concerns about delays in family cases, and particularly focuses on the fact that apparently that in many cases the presiding judge changes during the course of the proceeding. Here it is alleged 2 or 3 times during the course of a proceeding. Could you just kind of, any of you really just sort of explain what, when in a particular case, is it normally assigned to a particular judge throughout the case, or is it, or do the judges change hearing to hearing, and if so, when is that likely to happen?
Yeah, so in a perfect world, Representative Lynn, a family division was designed to be one family, one judge. So the concept was a judge would be assigned to a case, and it would be, if there was a divorce case pending, that it would be the judge. If there was a related abuse neglect, it would be the same judge. If there was a juvenile delinquency case, it would be the same judge. But the reality is that we have a lot of turnover in our bench. We have to move judges around because on any given day, I may get a call in the morning or the night before that a judge is out for COVID or other related reasons, and we have to shuffle judges around. So I think in a best case scenario, it would be a judge that would carry through the life of the case. But some of these cases go on for years and years too. So a judge may retire and somebody else has to come in. I just had a case literally that was, the case had been pending for 20 years. The judge retired, and one of the lawyers asked that the judge be specially assigned in his retirement to hear the case. And I said, because the judge had been hearing this case for 20 years, I said, he's retired. I mean, I can't force him to come out of retirement to hear this case. That's an extreme example, but the reality is that with a turnover in judges and judges covering multiple locations, that it's not possible to have one judge for one case straight through from beginning to end.
You know, just to sort of follow up on that, because I think that's there are a number of questions here that sort of focus on how long family division cases take. And I know you mentioned before that the typical and perhaps the vast majority of, let's say, divorce cases are concluded within a year. Can you just give us, without getting into the details of any particular case, but can you just give us sort of an overview of what are the situations that cause a case to go on for like 20 years, as you just said? What are the sort of dynamics of the situation that causes that kind of thing to happen? And is there something the judge can do to stop that?
Yeah, I'll let Judge Garner handle that.
I can't think of any offhand that are 20 years, but I think every judge who works in the family division has cases that have gone on longer than they should have gone on in the ideal world. Some of those cases, too, are cases in which you've gotten to a final hearing within the period you would hope, certainly 6 months, 9 months, a year if it's a really contested case. Final orders have been entered, but the case may have been brought forward by one of the parties. And that's not something we can control. There are legal standards that in parenting issues that make the burden of proof more difficult if you bring a case forward from a final parenting plan, but that doesn't prevent folks from bringing them forward. And there are quite legitimate and reasonable issues too, such as a proposed relocation of the children's residence that could prompt the case to be brought forward. So I think it's important to distinguish between the question of how long the family division gets to a final decree the first time a case is filed, and then how we manage a case once it's brought forward, because it can be brought forward. It seems endlessly, I'm sure it seems endless to the parties, but it can be brought forward almost ad infinitum until typically the children reach age of 18. I would say that there are a couple of issues that tend to come up that may cause some delays inherently. If the parties are having trouble managing the exchange of information, we have a mandatory discovery rule. Sometimes it's difficult for folks to get around to doing that. If the parties are at loggerheads in terms of the parenting orders, even if there are temporary orders in place, if they're having trouble complying or there are motions for contempt about non-compliance, that can always delay the process because we'll schedule a hearing on those motions once a motion and objection is filed. It happens sometimes that in complicated cases, particularly complicated financial cases, you'll have attorneys on both sides. They have to do a lot of discovery in those cases. They may have to engage experts to testify, to provide opinions. That process in itself tends to take longer than the case might otherwise require. Those are inherent issues with every case, and the faces of them change, and there are always cases that have a combination of more than one of those features that just make it difficult to say to the parties and have them say to the court, now we're ready. Now we're ready to schedule a final hearing. We've done what we have to do. We're prepared. Let's go forward. And typically the court is not likely. We're going to try to time the scheduling of a final hearing at a point where we can trust that the parties are really ready and they need the time. Because if the case really doesn't need a full day and we schedule a full day and it turns out that day or the day before that it didn't need a full day and they've settled it, we've just spent a day that we may not be able to fill in with other hearings. So we treat our time as valuable, and we try to get the litigants to look at it the same way, and everyone tries to be practical and realistic about how long the case will take.
Let me follow up on that from another card on the subject we're on right now. In terms of length of time, we already spoke of there are not enough judges. It looks like are going to get some more of the ones we need. But what about one of the litigants who is churning the process, whether it is the wealthy person who can pay a lawyer to tie the other one up with endless motions, or somebody who is pro se but has read too much and doesn't understand enough and is doing the same thing? When is it proper for the judge to come in and say you're abusing the process?
In that situation, once it becomes apparent that one side or the other is dragging their heels, the court's primary focus is going to be on setting deadlines to get the discovery complete. Once the discovery is complete, there should be no impediment to scheduling a final hearing. And when they've completed discovery, they know what the issues are going to be, and they can tell us if they need a 2-hour final hearing or half a day or a full day final hearing. So the court, I think, has an obligation at some point in that stage when that's becoming apparent to begin to schedule hearings, to set those deadlines, to make sure that if there's a need for orders on discovery, those orders get out right away and the parties know what they're facing. I think most attorneys who are experienced in this area will tell you that the prime time to settle cases is when you get that final hearing scheduled. That's what you're preparing for the client. That's when the expenses are going to go up. That's when the uncertainty can be nipped in the bud by a settlement, and that's the best time to settle the cases. And we're always looking for ways to get them close to that moment.
The follow-up to that is that if family and divorce issues are not that legislatively mandated priority, is one of the ways to speed up a divorce case for the legislature to make that a mandatory priority with a follow-up I'll put in. But if everything becomes mandated, nothing is then, pretty soon.
I don't disagree with that last part of it. It's really a policy question whether you impose those sorts of deadlines on us in terms of those cases. But in my experience, because of the unpredictability of the cases and really the wide spectrum, I think there are likely cases that could never be done properly and fully within any sort of mandated time constraint. There will be those exceptions. As Judge King mentioned, most of our cases get resolved one way or the other. We funnel folks into mediation through the first appearance program. That's been very successful, particularly in resolving the parenting cases. That's a high priority for us, is to get folks into that process of working together to try to settle the cases as early as we can. It's just these outlier cases that are extremely difficult for whatever reason, extremely time consuming. Those are going to be very difficult to manage within a mandated period of time.
Thank you. I wonder if these are two sort of related questions. The first is, would better training of circuit court judges reduce the hours needed by judges to deal with contested family cases by reducing the need for rehearings, that kind of thing? And then the second sort of related question is, can you take just a bit of time to explain to us the evaluation process of judges, how judges are evaluated and how often that happens, that kind of thing?
So the first question deals with training, and that's the responsibility of the administrative office, and we don't have a one-size-fits-all for judicial training. Sometimes we'll get 2 or 3 judges at once, and we can put together a more robust training program. We're in the process right now of training Judge Amy Manchester. She got appointed as a one-off judge, and so we've cobbled together a training schedule for her. It's harder to bring in outside resources for one judge, but we can never do enough training. We do a judicial training every other month for all of our judges in the circuit court. It could be a topic of any of the 3 divisions. We don't have money to hire outside presenters, so we do our own homemade presentations using our judges and staff attorneys and outsiders as we can get them, but I think we can always do more training. The second question was, could you just...
Oh, the performance,
judicial
the evaluation system.
Yeah, that's a creature of statute. We're required every 3 years to do a evaluation of all of our judges. We had a committee that took a deep dive a few years ago. Representative Smith was on the committee. We changed the instrument that we use to do the evaluations. We now do them electronically using SurveyMonkey. And we post in the courthouses and in Bar News when a certain group of judges is being evaluated, and it's open to anyone who wants to complete the evaluation. We typically get anywhere from 30 to 50 evaluations back for a judge, and then it's my job to analyze those and go through them with the judge and use those as a tool to help performance going forward. By and large, the judicial and the results, not by judge, but the results each year are made available to the governor's office, the House and Senate, and are on our website in terms of how many judges were evaluated, what the mean and median scores were for all judges. And by and large, our judges, even the judges in the family division, do pretty well on their performance evaluations.
Yes.
Thank you. As someone who's been through that process quite a bit, I would just point out that judges don't often get feedback about how they're doing. Just for whatever reason, we're somewhat isolated, and attorneys particularly aren't going to come up and tell us often that we've done a terrible job and this is really what we need to refocus on and maybe get some training on. There is a component of the evaluation that's a self-evaluation. And I've always found that extremely valuable because it gives me a chance to sort of second guess what I've been doing and maybe identify areas that I can do better. And I think we're still doing it. The evaluation process generates a series of particular comments from the evaluators. They've been edited, so they're sort of anonymous, but comments that can be really helpful for a judge reading over and understanding how someone else perceived how they did their job. For me, both of those components sort of take the edge off what otherwise might be sort of an anxious process of getting evaluated, but it does generate great information. It's helpful for us in our efforts to do our job better. Thank you.
As a parallel to that, could you speak to the judicial review? I mean, this is a bit of training, but I mean the disciplinary process of when it is alleged that a judge has really crossed the line.
So I'm not sure if I understand the question, Mr. Chairman, but there are two avenues that can go. If
I
it's
know,
a
I was trying to-
situation where there is an allegation that the judge is in an order made an error of law, that goes to Chief Justice McDonald's court, and they review that as part of the appellate process, and they either affirm the judge or they reverse the judge. The second component deals more with behavioral issues on the part of a judge, which is maybe what you're getting at. There is a judicial conduct committee. Robert Mittelholzer is the chairman of that. It has a number of members, both from the public and the court system, and they meet monthly and they review complaints, if you will, against judges. And I get copies of all of them as they make their way through to the end of the process. And by and large, most of the complaints against judges that I see in the circuit court are judges who sit primarily in the family division. They involve mostly divorce parenting cases, and for the most part, they go to the merits of the case, that the judge came up with the wrong decision, if you will, which is really something that should go to the appellate court if that's the issue. If it rises to a serious enough level, it becomes a public complaint, and there's a whole process for that for the Judicial Conduct Committee. And they, too, report their findings at the end of every year, how many complaints they received, how many resulted in certain outcomes. So that's a public and transparent process. The complaints are confidential until they are raised to the level of a complaint by the committee.
Could you try to remember a recent year and give us the number of complaints and the number that were dismissed for not being what would go forward with any action? I'm losing the term I'm striving for here.
Yeah, since that's a function that's outside of the judicial branch, I don't have those numbers at hand. They are available. There's a link on on our judicial branch website to the Judicial Conduct Committee, and I think those statistics are available, but I'll follow up and see if I can get the most recent report.
But this is an external. It sounds like when you said you didn't have that information, that means this is somewhat of an external review committee.
It is external to the
not
judicial branch.
It's not the guys evaluating themselves.
Correct.
Okay.
This is, I think, an important topic. Would you please talk about mediation and its effect on caseloads and the weighted caseload study? Are there impediments to structural mediation, such as not enough mediators or insufficient funding?
So I can start, and maybe Judge Garner can talk more specifically about family division. The Office of Mediation and Arbitration works out of the judicial branch, and we have mediation pretty much across all case types. Some are available at no charge to litigants. Some have a sliding scale, I think, in the family division. And I think all judges strongly encourage various forms of alternative dispute resolution, mediation being the primary one. It's required in all cases involving parenting cases, where the parents are required to go to mediation pretty much out of the gate to try to get those issues resolved, and it's highly effective. I mean, the success rates are pretty high. In the circuit court, we also have something called neutral case evaluation, which has kind of fallen off because we rely on judicial officers to do it. But neutral case evaluation is where a judge who is not going to hear the case sits down for a half day or a day with the parties, depending on the complexity of the case. And you sort of have almost a mini trial without witnesses. And at the end of the process, the judge tells the parties how he or she thinks if they were to have heard the case, it would come out. So just for example, let's say it's an alimony issue. And at the end, the judge says, I think this is a situation where if I were the judge hearing this case, based on what I've heard, I would be ordering alimony. It may be a case where the lawyer's been telling his or her client, you're going to pay alimony, and they're saying, no, I'm not. And the lawyer's saying, yes, you are. And so you go to neutral case evaluation, and an experienced judicial officer, being versed in the law and having heard the facts, says what they think would happen. Sometimes that is a really good way to get those more difficult cases to settle. I did a neutral case evaluation during COVID in a trust docket case that involved multi-millions of dollars. We had lots of lawyers. We started at 8:30 in the morning. I left the law office at 8:30 that night. It was a Friday night. We spent 12 hours. And ultimately, and this was a case that had gone to mediation and didn't settle, ultimately because I was a judge and I have experience in this area of the law, and I was able to tell the parties what I think is going to happen in this case, including how the legal fees, which were in the millions of dollars, might get apportioned if I were to hear the case. The parties were able to work with their lawyers and get that case resolved. That case was scheduled for an 8-day trial in 2 weeks. And so I called the judge when I got home that night and said, you owe me one because I just settled an 8-day trial for you. But neutral case evaluation is a very good tool, and we would like to expand that in the family division as we have the resources to do it.
Let me just supplement a little bit with a specific procedure that applies in divorce cases with children and parenting cases. When the petition is filed, and assuming that there are no emergency orders that are involved, the parties are sent to what we call the first appearance session. Pre-COVID, we were doing these sessions live. So typically in the courtroom where I'm able to sit in Laconia, we can seat about 25 people. We'd have 10 or 12 couples come in, and they would get directly from me or from whatever judge was doing it that day a basic description of the process, the procedure that's involved, mention of the mandatory discovery rule, and a lot of information about mediation. And the presumption is and was from that process that unless there was a reason to be exempt from it, the parties would go to mediation before they would come back to court for any contested hearings. And we had great success at that. I should mention as a footnote that there is an exception for cases where there's a domestic violence protective order in effect. In those cases, we can send the parties to mediation, but only if they both agree. Either one of them gets a veto power, and those mediation sessions always occur at the courthouse. We've been doing the first appearance sessions remotely now because there's a video that the judicial branch created for us candidly with speakers who were a lot more effective at it than I was doing it live, although I still think there was some benefit to having it live. But it's been a great program. And our mediators in a place like Laconia, we've been using the same mediators for years, and they are fully expert at what they do, and they're very nice people, and they create an atmosphere that is much more congenial and productive than the sort of formal courtroom atmosphere that they're going to be facing if the mediation doesn't work out. So it's been a great program, and we completely encourage it.
So one of the questions, I think this is a point that needs to be made. Can you just explain to us, let's talk about, I'm not talking about part-time judges, but a full-time judge. Can you just explain, are full-time judges permitted to have any other employment? And are there limits on a judge's ability to earn income outside of his or her judicial salary?
There is a limitation. Judges are allowed to do teaching. I think is pretty much the only outside employment that they're allowed to do, only with the written permission of the Chief Justice, and their salary cannot exceed, I think it's 15% of the judge's salary. I can tell you from experience, the circuit court judges don't have time to teach. I'm not sure if we have any active, I think we may have some judges who teach trial at the law school, some Superior Court judges, and I think we might have one circuit court judge that does it, but it's pretty limited. Can't practice law at all under Rule 38, which is the Code of Judicial Conduct.
I want to follow up on the Judicial Conduct Committee. The questioner, and I don't know if this is correct or not, I'll just read the card. Why do the members of the Judicial Conduct Committee, number one, not have to take an oath of office? I'm not sure what that means. And secondly, and I know the answer to this one, why do they have their meetings in secret?
Well, by rule, the process is confidential unless, as I said earlier, the case has risen to the level of a complaint. I have no idea whether they take an oath of office or not.
Okay.
I don't know why they would, but I don't know that they do or don't.
In terms of meetings in secret, if I was accused of something, I would want it to be substantiated before I read about it in the Union Leader. You know,
Well, you wouldn't read about it in the Union Leader until it was risen to the level of the complaint, and then the process is the judge gets the complaint and has 30 days to respond to it, and then the committee sort of takes off from there. So at the end of the case, the judge always gets a copy and the resolution, but you wouldn't want a judge to know in the middle of a case that someone had filed a complaint. So there's two sides to that.
thank you.
The questioner asks, why are judges not ending cases sooner and allowing frivolous motions? That's the question. So I put it to you. You know, what is that? Is that true? And what you know, why? What are the processes for sort of truncating cases that seem to go on forever?
The question of frivolity, I think, may be something that's in the eye of the beholder, but we have an obligation to move the cases along and to provide good orders within a reasonable and fair period of time. And so to the extent that motions to us appear to be frivolous, we'll typically make a finding. We may make immediate rulings on those sorts of motions, so to convey the message. At some point in the process, I think we have authority, although I think it's rarely used, to limit a party's right to file additional motions. I don't know that we're ever going to be able to justify preventing a party from filing some things. That's an access to justice issue that is really fundamental to what we do. But we can impose sanctions, and we can impose requirements on filings that will, to some degree, enhance the likelihood that the motions are not going to be frivolous. In terms of resolving the cases sooner, I think there are two processes there. One is the process of our workload. So currently, if you were to have a pretrial conference with us today and you needed a full day final hearing, we're scheduling about 3 months out. So that's time you're going to wait to get to that hearing with nothing else going on. But there are also cases in which we can intervene, if you will, or help the parties in a direction of mediation or neutral case evaluation that may help the case get resolved sooner. It's in our interest, and it's certainly in the parties' interest, to get cases resolved as soon as they can be fairly resolved, meaning that all the relevant information is available to them to present, and meaning that they've exhausted all the possibilities of negotiation. So I think we have a common goal with folks in that our workload is a bit of an impediment in terms of the time we have available, and the nature of some of the cases makes it basically challenging to get them ready for a final hearing in a brief period of time.
I wonder if the next question, which I think, Judge Garner, you may have touched on this a little bit earlier, but could any of you really give us your thoughts on what would be the effect if, as a general matter in family law cases, the burden of proof were elevated? In other words, instead of preponderance of the evidence, which is generally the standard that applies, it were elevated to either clear and convincing evidence or proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What, can you just tell us what your sense of what the effect of that would be?
The clear and convincing standard is already in place in cases that are brought forward on parenting issues. So under 461A 11(1), at least two of those subsections require clear and convincing evidence before the court can modify an existing parenting plan. So it's not a standard that we're unused to. It's I think, a difficult standard to articulate for parties who are self-represented, and to some degree, there is no particular burden of proof in the first time around in family division cases. There's a presumption of joint decision making. There's a presumption that regular and frequent contact with children is consistent with their best interests. And the standard for orders that relate to children is what's in the best interests of the child, rather than a formal assignment of burden of proof to one side or the other. So I think it starts with a more level playing field. If there's no reason, in my view, to require parties both to prove something by clear and convincing evidence the first time around. The statutory standard for modification of parenting is there because the legislature recognized that stability is really important for children. And they wanted to make it a little more difficult for someone seeking to modify a parenting plan to come back and get a modification. So they imposed that standard under those two subsections. So beyond a reasonable doubt, I won't address that. I don't know how that would work.
The next question, I think this is really this is a valid one. Why did the court system not request in the budget the number of judges indicated by the weighted case study?
It is a valid question. And I want to be clear, our request this year is a significant step towards addressing our needs, but it's not the final step. And we're also mindful of the larger context in which we operate, and we try to be good partners in state government and good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And all of those factors played into our ultimate decision to ask for 7 in the circuit court and 1 in the Superior Court.
Thank you.
And you know, by the time we're developing our next budget, we'll have good insight as to hopefully how our additional resources are helping our caseload, and we'll be able to come back to the legislature again informed with whether what further additional needs we have.
I wonder, maybe this would be for you, Judge King, of the 126,000 or so circuit court cases, can you give us a rough idea of approximately how many are DCYF related? In other words, that have the division for children, youth, and families involved at some level?
So you're talking pretty much about abuse, neglect, and delinquency cases. And so I'll use 2022 numbers. Looks like about 2,600 cases in 2022 would have involved the division directly. Well, and then there's another 560 termination of parental rights cases, which that's sort of the back end of the abuse and neglect typically. So north of 3,000 cases.
Thank you.
I think on slide 8, if you look at the circle identified as juvenile. Yep. Identifies the number of juvenile related cases for the years that we use for the weighted caseload study.
The next question, do judges still order parent-child unification therapy, and if so, why? Why or why not?
Thank you. That process is not currently unavailable to us, but there are some elements of the process that make it extremely rare. If I understand the process, it is that a reunification therapist is appointed, presumably with the consent of the parties, but by order of the court, to conduct a reunification therapy to allow and enhance and encourage a child to reunify with one parent. The question of the word reunification is a bit ambiguous, whether it means just some regular contact or whether it means a full reunification under a shared residential schedule. But it's a process in which typically there's a therapist for the child. There may be a therapist for the parent, but there's a reunification therapist who provides the forum and provides some of the therapy and helps all of them work together to try to reunify the relationship. Because it is an intense, pretty intense process, it's, I think, rarely used. It's probably an expensive process, and I'll say as a caveat, I've never had a case where I've actually presided over the process, although it's not completely unknown to me because of some things that have come up in other cases, but I won't mention specifically. But it's a process in which I think some of the therapists have great faith, and it would be, just thinking globally, it would be something that would be used in the rare occasion and often as virtually a last resort when the relationship between a parent and a child, for whatever reason, is so distant and so estranged that without professional input and professional assistance, it may not be salvageable. So that's my quick take. I'll know more if I ever get to a series of hearings that involve that. But that's my understanding of the process and some of the pitfalls.
Judge King, I think this probably would be the best address to you. You mentioned, I think, early in your remarks that there were no more marital masters on the bench. That many of them had retired, and then apparently at some point later you mentioned that some marital masters had become judges. In fact, I think Judge Garner. So can you just kind of explain how? I mean, is that a sort of usual course, or when we did have marital masters, is that something that, to go from being a marital master to a judge is something that happened with some regularity?
I think it was probably unheard of until we created the circuit court. Back when the Superior Court had jurisdiction over divorces before you cleverly passed them on to us. I think the marital masters were a creation of the Superior Court initially because the judges didn't want to hear marital cases, so they found a way to have someone else hear them. And then as we rolled the family division out by statute, we began to inherit the Superior Court's marital masters until July 1st, 2011. As I said, there were 13 left. We got them all. As part of House Bill 609, which was the bill that created the circuit court in 2011, under Speaker O'Brien, there was a provision put into 490F that said as a marital master's term expires, and they were appointed for 5-year terms, or they retired, they would be converted to a judicial position as the budget allowed. There were 3 marital masters in that 1 year, that 2011 window, whose terms expired: David Forrest, Ann Barber, and Phil Cross. Those 3 marital masters were terminated. Their positions were ended. Ann Barber went into the practice of law. Dave Forrest, I think, taught at Keene for a while, and Phil Cross became a mediator. The next session of the legislature, we went back and we said, can we change that? Because that seems unfair. Can we change it to when a judge retires or is not reappointed, that the position would convert? And the statute was amended so that marital masters' terms could be extended if they wanted to stay. Over the course of time, marital masters retired. Some then did apply to become judges, including Judge Garner. Phil Cross applied for a judicial position. He's now a judge. Dave Forrest is a judge. Jen Lemire, who I think this committee's heard from on a couple of occasions, is a judge. Bob Foley was a marital master. He became a judge. He's now a retired judge. Did I miss anyone? Okay. And so Tom Cooper was the last marital master to retire. He retired last year, and he is the one marital master that still sits very occasionally. He's been great to cover for us when we've had a COVID illness or something. He's gone and covered dockets for us, but we basically have no more marital masters left.
So, with the with the efforts of juvenile diversion, do you see a reduction in the time that circuit court judges are spending on juvenile related cases?
So Judge Ashley's the expert on that. She's the deputy administrative judge, and I know only from speaking with her that the number of cases that actually become cases now has been decreased dramatically because of the requirement to have an evaluation done before the charge can be filed. And I think that's made a big difference, and I think it's keeping a lot of kids out of court that otherwise would find themselves tied up in the judicial system. I think she would say it's been a big success.
I wonder if you could talk generally about the use of guardians ad litem in family law cases.
Before the circuit court came into being, guardians ad litem were, I think, more numerous than they are currently. There was a period of time when we had a state fund that would pay some of the fees for guardians ad litem for folks who were eligible for those kinds of services. Part of the creation of the circuit court was to emphasize mediation as a way to resolve cases. And I think the theory was that if cases were mediated and resolved by agreement between the parties, we wouldn't need guardians ad litem to the extent that they were sort of the rule of the day in the days when these cases were heard in Superior Court. There are still guardians ad litem who are practicing. There are not nearly as many as there were, and the state fund that used to pay for their fees for eligible parties is now hasn't been in place for a number of years. So they potentially have a role to play as a judge who hears a lot of these cases, and as someone who did guardian ad litem work when I was in private practice. I think there's a role for them. They can be very helpful in the right case. They are, simply because of the finances, only now available to folks who can afford to pay for their fees. And those fees can be significant, particularly guardians ad litem who are practicing attorneys they may not charge exactly what they would charge a private client, but they need to charge enough money to make the work attractive to them, and that's what they do. So we have guardians ad litem available. In Laconia, we've got 3 or 4 on a list. They get some cases, but we always have to be very careful with the parties to let them know that the fees are on them, and there's no other way to pay for those services. I could go into endless detail about the role and the history, but I think the short answer is that guardians ad litem are available, but only to a certain select few of our litigants.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Why are the members of Family Law Committee not required to serve a number of hours observing what really happens in court? Stay tuned. We're going on field trips. Thank you.
This question, I think, is I think it's probably something that would be important to discuss. Can you just, whoever would be the most appropriate one to answer this, but can you just talk generally about the effect of delay in coming to an accurate, accurate decision in a case? In other words, we obviously, as time goes by, memories fade, that kind of thing. But particularly in the family law context, can you talk about that a little bit? How delay in having cases adjudicated, how that can affect the accuracy of fact finding?
You mean delay during the process of getting to the final hearing, or delay after the final hearing's taken place?
Well, I guess both, really, maybe, but probably more the former than the latter, but really both.
Most of our divorce cases are based on irreconcilable differences now. There are fault grounds available, but they're rarely pled and rarely hotly litigated. And so the question of delay comes up if there are changes in values for property that's going to be distributed. For example, the parties separate and a year later the house is worth something different than it was. That can create an issue for parties depending on how the market is doing. Delay affects children in practical ways, children whose parents have separated and whose future with either parent may be a little bit uncertain, creates anxiety and problems for them, behavioral problems for them. That's sort of a dramatic impact of the delay in the process. Some delay in the process is inherent because the parties still need to reassess what they have and do their discovery and be prepared for a final hearing and to look into negotiated settlement. But delay in the process is almost never a good thing unless something is happening in the meantime to help the parties toward resolution. So if a case is going to go out several months without anything being scheduled, we'll talk to the parties about using the rest of their mediation time. If they haven't used all of their mediation time, or we might arrange for a neutral case evaluation once the discovery is done to give them a handle on what to expect. So it is detrimental to the parties emotionally. It can be detrimental to the family, and it can make valuation issues taking place months after the moment of separation more difficult for the court, but really more the former than the latter. We can manage the valuation issues all right. It's the sort of ongoing anxiety and chronic emotional outfall that we really worry about for folks. And I should say that's true after the final hearing has taken place too. That's a terrible time for folks to be waiting for their orders. And we would always like to get the orders out as soon as possible, as soon as we can review the evidence, write the order, and be thoughtful and careful about it.
So I wonder if this really addressed to any of you, but as some of you have reflected on before, the family cases, it was my experience when I was in the judicial branch, and I'm sure it's yours, family cases are the ones that tend to generate the most complaints to us as legislators, to the Judicial Conduct Committee, complaints in the media, that kind of. I wonder if you could, and I should say, my understanding, and correct me if things have changed in the last 3.5 years, but the overwhelming majority of complaints that are made to the Judicial Conduct Committee in family cases are found to be non-meritorious. That's not to say all of them, but the vast majority of them. But I wonder if you can offer any insights as to why you think that is, that family cases in particular tend to generate so much angst.
I'll just talk generically, and I'm not the expert on the marital law as Judge Garner is. If I've been a judge for 33 years, nobody would want me hearing a divorce case. It's outside of my area of expertise, but I do review all of the complaints because I get them at the end of the process. And I think they're, as you well know, Representative Lynn, they're high emotion cases. People are very set in their ways. They feel very strongly about their position for good reasons. And when the case doesn't go the way they want it to, then they're angry at the judge, they're angry at the process, they file appeals, they file complaints, and they want us to make their lives better. And we just don't have that ability to put their lives back together. The judges just can't do that. And you know, as you heard divorce cases in the Superior Court when you were a judge, I worked with Judge Manchester this morning. We're going over the Code of Judicial Conduct, and we're talking about disqualification, and we're talking about the Judicial Conduct Committee, and the Tapley case is the case that we train on, and that was your case that went to the Supreme Court, and I think you had 4, if not 5, JCC complaints filed against you in that case. and you stayed with the case because you felt you didn't have a conflict and the Supreme Court affirmed you. But you certainly have a sense for how emotionally draining these cases are and how people, you know, sometimes file complaints out of anger because the case didn't go the way they wanted it to go.
I got to read it. Are judges paid a salary, or is there a financial incentive for them to hear more motions in a case?
So I can answer that question.
I
and
think
then if you don't
everybody
mind,
can.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go back and just add something to the previous. The answer is yes, we are paid a salary, and no, there is no financial incentive for us to have more motions filed.
Had to ask.
I just wanted to add that I think some of the difficulties that are inherent with family division cases, and particularly parenting cases, come about because the relationship typically at one time was a good relationship between the parties if they have children or if they've been married for a long time, and now something's gone wrong there, sometimes something terribly wrong. So there's a history and there's a sense from the parties that they're looking back and they're asking the court to look back throughout the course of what may have been a very long-term relationship with ups and downs, but carrying forward as a team, and now they're not a team anymore. So there's a real emotional component there. There's also the sense, I think, from litigants who are involved in these cases that their whole world in terms of where they live, what they do, what they can rely on for finances is being turned upside down and in some ways is being shaken by the process to see what sorts out. And finally, if it's a contested parenting issue, there's nothing that touches people more closely than their relationship with their children. And that's at risk, and they find themselves in a process that's sort of foreign to them in terms of the terminology and the forms, and someone from their point of view is reaching out to change that relationship that they have with their children. It's not a wonder to me at all that it's a very tense, emotional kind of a process. All we can do is try to make it as fair as we can and let the parties do as much as they can, empower them to do as much as they can to try to resolve their cases on their own. It's their children, it's their lives. And we really don't want to be rearranging those things if we don't have to and if they can do it. So we encourage that, but it doesn't make the cases much easier.
Before we listen to the final few questions, I want everybody to know that we will be adjourning at 4:30, or in your terms, 2 billable hours. And
that's not their.
no, they get a salary. I know. So we'll have a few more questions, and any of you who may stay, please do, and we'll hang out and ask you private questions.
You know, this question, I'm altering it just a little bit to make it maybe a little bit broader to capture what I think is a matter that I've heard issues on, people raising questions about. Can you explain the process for by which the record is made when a case is being heard, how a party can get a copy of the record, and if there are, you know, if the party is indigent, are there funds available to aid that process, and when, if ever, is a record not made?
The first thing I do when we get new judges is tell them that the record, you do not want to do anything that's not on the record. The old days when we practiced law in Superior Court, a lot was done in chambers, a lot was done off the record, deals were made. We tell our new judges everything is done in open court on the record. Our FTR for the record equipment is kind of antiquated. Some of the machines that we have in the courts are older than others. Some are hooked into our network. We have varying stages of equipment, and we're trying to replace it as we have the funds to do that. It's the judge's responsibility to make sure that the record is on when there's a hearing going. As I said at the outset, sometimes the judge, him or herself, or a court security officer, someone is actually the one that's turning the machine on. We don't have court monitors. And we've had certainly cases where everyone thought the record was running and the case is done and someone files as a notice of appeal and they go to retrieve the record and it's not there because there was some kind of a malfunction, because we don't have court monitors sitting there making sure the record's, working all the time. That's not a good thing. I would love to have court monitors like the Superior Court does, which would pretty much ensure that in every case the record will be done and operating properly. Anyone can order a copy of the audio from a hearing. They do it through the clerk's office as a fee. I think it's $25 to get a copy of the CD. Transcripts are ordered through, and we outsource those to eScribers, which is an independent company that they download the audio to them, and they have transcriptionists that type the record. In cases where parties are indigent and qualify for appointed counsel, like a public defender situation, the state pays the cost of the transcripts. If it's a civil case and the parties are appealing or just want a copy of the record, they pay a per page cost. It goes up depending on how quickly you want the transcript. If you want it in 7 days, it's so much a page. If you can wait 30 days, the cost is reduced. But there should be a record available for every case in the circuit court and Superior Court as well, and hopefully the equipment's functioning properly. The judges, during the course of a hearing, I know you may have heard some testimony during a hearing, judge doesn't have a secret lever on the bench that they can turn off and on, secretly turn the record on and off. The record is either on or it's not, and when you go to visit courts, and I encourage all of you to do that, we'll be happy to host you. On the judge's bench, you'll see a digital display with a time on it in big red letters, and those numbers are turning. That means the record's on, the recording is on, and that the record is functioning hopefully properly. Again, in the Superior Court, you'll see a court monitor sitting in front of the bench with headphones on, and they're constantly making sure all the microphones are working and that there's no hiccups with the record. We don't have that. We just don't have that luxury. And fortunately, most of the time the record is okay. But as I said, from time to time, we'll have an appeal filed and there'll be a problem with the record. And typically in that case, the case has to be retried. There's really no other remedy. So we don't want that to happen.
One more question or topic.
So this question, why do judges call sua sponte hearings not at the request of either party? Can you just sort of tell us if that happens with any regularity and why it might happen?
It probably happens from time to time when a case has been sitting for a period of time and something hasn't been scheduled. For example, if there were a temporary hearing and temporary orders were entered and there was no order then for a pretrial conference or for a final hearing, whatever it might be, and the case has sat for a little while because the court was expecting something to be filed or something had been filed and we were waiting for the objection, then the court clerk might bring the case to the judge's attention and say, what's going on with this? What do we need? And then we would typically, we'd look at it and typically schedule a status conference or a pretrial conference if one hasn't happened to keep the case moving. Those are the only circumstances I can think of outside of the emergency category. When something is filed as an emergency and something has to happen right away, the court is going to schedule a hearing. It's either going to be after service is achieved on the other party, or if it's a pending case, it's going to be within a period of time that the court thinks necessary to let the parties prepare, but to get orders out as quickly as possible after a hearing. So from time to time, the clerks will bring cases to our attention and just ask, what should we schedule here? Nothing's been scheduled, and we'll do that. So I guess it is sua sponte, but it's really just typically a means of getting the case back on track. In the usual case, when we do a temporary hearing, part of the temporary orders will say, discovery to be complete by this period of time, schedule a pretrial conference after discovery is complete, or if the case has limited issues and we can schedule a final hearing with confidence that they need the amount of time being scheduled, we'll just schedule a final hearing, then that issue's taken care of. So it does happen sometimes, and typically it's just the court's way of nudging the case back onto track.
Thank you.
Good. Well, I'm going to let you bang the gavel because I started. This concludes our wonderful 2-hour presentation. Thank you. And I hope this isn't the last. I hope we'll see you again sometime. And yeah, we'll take you up on, we're going to do a road trip or two.
In 26 years as a judge, I never used a gavel, but I'll use it today. I think
Well
hearing is
done. Okay,
closed.
it's wrist, Bob. It's
The
the
wrist,
wrist
yes.
action.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.